That's it. Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner. Why?
6-7, 6-11, 16, 2021, 22, 26 and 33, 38,
38.
yes, please, 39, 40, 47, and 57. I'm sorry, 67,
67. Okay.
72, and 75. So nobody should have anything else, right?
Is that all, Councillor Gardner?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson. If you can pick from those slim pickings left.
I'll go slowly so Councillor Gallo has a chance to catch up.
No, I'm nowhere near. I'm totally, this is ridiculous.
You know what? Why don't we take a 5-minute break? Just so we can get a better understanding of what we're doing.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess.
Can I help you?
Okay. All right, councilors, we're back. So, Councilor Thompson, you're good. Councilor Gallo, you have any you want to add?
I'm going to go through my list and
Go
then-
through your
and
list,
then-
and I'll let you know if we've
So
already have them or not.
6-5,
Okay.
6-6,
Okay.
6-8,
Okay.
6-9, 6-14, 6-18, 6-24, 6-25, 6-29,
Okay.
6-45. Is it 44? That's the
6:45.
Kubota.
Oh, that's 644.
6-44.
What's 644?
6-61,
Okay.
6-84, and 85.
84 and 85. Okay. Good? Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the remaining items, which would be 613, 615, 619, 627, 630, 631, 664, 665, 683, 686, 692, 694, 696, and 698.
654? Okay.
No. Councillor Gilliland, 154. Councillor Gardner, which one?
I forgot I had another page. 686,
Okay.
692 and 696.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, did you get those ones?
Didn't say 612. I thought that one was.
I pulled it.
You pulled it?
Yeah, we pulled those two automatically.
Oh, sorry. I'll move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson moves that second for the remaining items to be approved. Councillor Kim, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We will start off with 6-5. Councillor Humphreys.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question on this one with the HVAC system. I think we absolutely have to do it. But it says here, cooling source in the event of air conditioning malfunction, either the town hall land room or joint operations center land room. I guess they're connected. Just a quick question. And no, they're not.
Mr. Ciel.
To you, Mr. Chair, they're not connected, but this is emergency equipment in case either one of them fails. We
perfect.
would move that equipment in.
Absolutely, we have to do this 100%. And is this why we were having some issues here? Just have to ask the question.
Mr. Ciel.
To you, Mr. Chair, no, this is just basically the heat buildup in those rooms from those computers is
Absolutely.
excessive, and so if we have any kind of problem with either of the cooling systems, we want to have a system that we can roll in to
Perfect.
provide that cooling. Otherwise, we'd have to take those systems down.
Great. No, thank you. I think
Councilor
100%. I just wondered if it had something to do with the performance, but I really, this has to be done. Yep.
Did you want to
Thanks.
put something forward on that?
I'd like to move forward. Approved green. Sorry.
Second it.
Wendy.
Seconded by Councillor Gardner. Any other comments or questions on this one? Councillor Gallo? Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. Just to staff, how often have we had to shut down the equipment because this has occurred, overheating? How often have we had to do that?
Mr. Ciel?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure, and Ms. Van Leeuwen isn't here this morning, but I know at least one occasion we had to bring in some portable devices into the JOC when we had a problem with the system there, but it was of temporary nature, so we had it fixed pretty quickly.
Councillor Gallo?
It's just, I guess, one of those things that, did we plan for it? JOC is brand new. If something does go wrong, how severe is it? It's $90,000. It's just one of those things that I really don't see the necessity for, or perhaps it should have been planned prior to.
Comment? Not a question, right? Councillor Gallo, not a question, just a comment? Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this one? Okay, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next, we have 6-6. Councillor Humphreys.
Mayor, again, it's something that I'm not disapproving at all. And I think it looks like that we're having a challenge with visiting teams and requirement of a dressing room. Just the prices seems a little high. Can someone just explain a little bit? $200,000 to create this seems excessive, but that could just be me. My knowledge. Can someone just explain that a little bit? And then, but I'm in favor of it. I mean, we need to make sure we have a good dressing room for our visiting teams.
Ms. McDougall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the scope of this work, it is an addition on the building.
Oh, it's additional.
So it would be on the patio, take up portion of the patio, about approximate size, like a 12 by 30, which is a good size for adult men change room for a hockey team.
Sure.
But it would be between the ACC 1, ACC 2 entrances. It would come out onto that patio. So obviously with an addition like that, we'll need structure, HVAC, flooring, integrated into the system, as well as plumbing for showers. So it's
Okay.
a full addition.
No, absolutely. Sorry, I wasn't aware it was that type of an addition. I thought it was just a renovation of an area or something. So thank you. I'm supportive of that. Thanks.
Okay. Do you want to put a motion?
Green, approved.
Seconded by Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gallo.
You're going to find my comments probably similar with many of these. I just sit here and I'm. It's $200,000 for visiting teams. Are they going to help pay for this? Where's the needs analysis? Where's the business plan? I often see us, when people come to that podium and ask us for money, we grill them. We ask them for so much. And I have one sentence here for $200,000, an explanation for this. We have organizations in this town that would do backflips and quite frankly, provide far more to this community than an additional room for guests. It boggles my mind how this is even in front of me with the information that we have. It really is. I'm sorry to say it, but it really is. And it's a green light, which means as long as you're under that budget, we will never see it again, and it's a done deal. We won't see quotes. We won't see what it costs. We won't see anything. We just don't treat everything equally. There's one line in here, 2 sentences, for the justification for this. $200,000. I just can't imagine how the museum, cultural center, soccer clubs, a whole list of people who could use that kind of money and make some serious impact to this town. I'm absolutely not in favor of this, but not with the information that's before me.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gilliland.
Yes, I just kind of wanted to address some of what you were saying relating to visiting teams, but I do see it does say here in reference to a lot more girls playing and offering a gender-neutral space. And I just think with a growing diversity that we have in sport, I think it's important to offer not only just for visiting teams, but for our own teams as well, with the girls in a gender-neutral. And I think this could help facilitate that need.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. Anyone else? Councillor Thompson.
I think Councilor Gallo raises a good point that perhaps it would be helpful to have additional information to justify the spend. And so, I'm prepared to support a yellow. And I think that, it conditionally allows them, but let's expand on the rationale for it.
I'll go with Councillor Gardner first before we look at making any changes.
No, I was just gonna, that's my point. I'll second that if it's a motion.
It's already one on the floor, but I'll go back to Councillor Humphreys after we hear some comments. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so that we understand the process, even though we approve or not approve, this is just about putting a placeholder incorporating into the budget. So I'm assuming if previous processes follow through, for this particular item, let's say, and all the other items, we're still going to get a staff report, and this is still going to go through GC and ratify through council, because anytime there's a project and we receive a report, and we always hear that it's already been incorporated in the budget with the figure. So, am I right in assuming that this item, in particular, because we're talking about it, this will come back to GC with a more fulsome report, and we'll ratify it there, will we not?
Mr. CL?
Through you, Mr. Chair, items that are green would move ahead. Items that are yellow would definitely come back with another report to council before actually getting approval of that project. And items in red we would not even seek approval in this budget. If there could be occasions where something that's green would come back to council, but that would be only as it pertains to the procurement bylaw or some other part of the step in the process that would require council's approval. So usually in the larger projects.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you. I'd be fine with yellow as well, but green is on the motion, so it's fine.
I'll go back to Councillor Humphreys. I don't know, did you want to change it? It's up to you. Or did you want to continue with the green?
Will you hear the discussion? It just my concern is, again, there's a call to gender, and I really wouldn't leave it to green.
Okay,
with
so
green.
I'll call the vote on the green.
Although I respect the discussion.
Oh, Councillor Gallo, before I call the vote.
We are currently operating in a manner which addresses those issues, and if it's not done properly, surely we would have heard from it. This is, to me, this is more of a luxury than identifying a need to girls and whomever, and maybe it's just my comfort level with only a paragraph to spend this.
Councillor Gardner.
I'm assuming, through Mr. Mayor, to Ms. McDougall, that we have a women's changing room and a men's changing room. Is that an incorrect assumption?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly it depends on the capacity of the changeover with the change rooms. How many teams are in? What's available as far as a spare space? So it depends. This would add in rotation when a team arrives. Typically for the visiting team in the junior category, as competitive against our Tigers, when they arrive, because they arrive so early, that facility's in use already. So there's nowhere for them to go. That's one of the situations. They arrive typically 2 to 2.5 hours ahead of their game time. But as far as the general neutral piece, again, because of the number and the size of our change rooms, they can be, in fact, all in use, and there isn't an alternative space for the girls on a team could go. This would add another change room option to put into that rotation for them.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys?
Just my last comment. It does say that, if this doesn't go, we're going to continue to get customer complaints, meaning we've obviously had complaints and issues of this nature, and I don't know how serious they were in complaint, but I just hope that we won't have any issues that can turn up a little bit more.
Okay.
As a challenge for our town, that's all. I don't know how to put it in words, but... So I'll leave it as is. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. So I call the vote. All those in favor of green, approved? Hands up high. 1, 2. Opposed? That fails. Anyone want to put something else on the floor? Councillor Thompson's moving yellow, conditional approval, seconded by Councillor Gartner. I'm just going to call the vote. All those in favor? Hands up high. Opposed? That carries. Next, we have 6, 7. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you very much. I know that to refresh the workstations is, we've been doing, certainly know we did the communication space and it was very much in need. Do we actually have a plan that we're doing X this year and Y next year? And I'd like to know what's happening. We have relatively a very large area on the second floor where the customer service desk was. And what are we doing with that area? To you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our plan right now is we're looking at fitting out the space on the third floor of the JOC, which we will be bringing to council a plan for that, and that will see some departments relocating. That will create some swing space within this building, and we will come back to council with an overall plan for the whole building in terms of where ultimately we would go and over a period of years. And so areas such as that space in front of the clerk's area and bylaw would be part of that review, and we would come forward to council again with a multi-year plan about how to go through the building and refresh the building and reallocate the space to the departments.
Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. Well, this ask is over 6 years for over $600,000. I think we need to figure out the JOC space first, and then go forward with a real plan for the rest of the building. I mean, I know it's required, but it seems premature till we have the JOC plan.
Mr. CO.
To you, Mr. Chair. So the council has already approved, I believe it's $300,000 for the outfitting of that floor for the completion of the JOC. So that project is already underway, and again, we'll be bringing it back when we finalize. And this represents if you look back in previous years, it's been a similar amount. Yes. It's basically kind of been allocated to the overall refurbishment of space. So we've drawn on this funding for HR and for communications are the two areas that were done because we didn't anticipate any change in those, the location of those staff. But everything else we would be holding on until we bring the comprehensive plan here, other than some minor changes as required.
Councillor Gartner.
Well, it comes from the money comes from a reserve fund, so it doesn't have any impact on the tax. But I think it's the wrong way around, and I appreciate you feel pretty strongly about this. I'd like to hear what others have to say.
Okay, so did you want to put something on the floor or no?
Something should be on the floor too.
No, you don't have to, but we can wait.
No, I'm
okay.
not.
Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. Just which in the schedule of reserve funds, this says it's building furniture and fixed R&R reserve. Which one is that? I couldn't find it up top.
Mr. Gardner.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the facilities R&R reserve that would be drawn upon.
So that's the one.
The one that's current, well, as
deficit.
of the end of the year, around 30,000
deficit.
Yeah.
And the plan to replenish that is?
Yeah, well, that would be replenished almost immediately through two different means. One being, if we do finish 2018 with a surplus, part of those surpluses will go towards those reserves to replenish them. We would also have the 2019 contribution that would also top it back up to fund that project.
And how much is the 2019 contribution?
I can't tell you specifically what it is, but it'll be a share of the amount we're budgeting for 2019 should council approve it over the course of February, March.
Councillor Gallo.
So we don't know whether is it more than 90,000?
It'll certainly be more than 90,000, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Does anyone want to put something on the floor for this one? Move green. Councillor Thompson moves green, seconded by Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson.
Through you to our CEO, Mr. Nadarozny, it's my understanding that we've been doing this for a few years. Am I correct?
Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Councillor Thompson?
Do you know how many years we've been improving this?
Mr. CEO?
2 or 3?
At least two?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's 3 or 4 years that we've been allocating this amount.
Councillor Thompson?
So I guess the only comment I would add is that it would be nice to get a report about, you know, what's been spent to date, actuals, because I know we do budget figures in the last few years, and sort of, I guess, just a little update every once in a while to expand on it. Because sometimes we get these budget sheets and it says, okay, here's what we want to spend this year going forward, but it's always nice to add a little extra history of what's been spent to date, too.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, call the vote. All those in favor, hands up high. Opposed, that carries. Next. 6-8. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. This is the LED lighting, correct? My question is going to be the same for all of the LED lighting retrofits, and it's basically, you know, is there any government incentives? I know one of them we missed out on. We'll probably get to it. I can't remember which one it was for some reason. I can't remember why, but I have a note there. Basically, is there any government incentives to help us out with these costs?
Mr. Garner?
I believe there have been historically. I don't know specifically what's available at this moment, but that we're always exploring grant funding options. Certainly, Electra does offer various rebates from a streetlight electricity consumption standpoint anyways, that comes back to help us out.
Councillor Gallo?
So, is it that we're going to be exploring different funding options? Currently, it's out of the same reserve. Will we be exploring whether or not there are government funding options?
Yeah, we regularly are looking for options as they come along, and we'll try to exploit any option that's available. So we're always monitoring.
Councillor Gallo?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone want to put something on the floor for this one? Councillor Gardner, which one? Green? Moved by Councillor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any other comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. All those in favor, hands high. Opposed, that carries. 6-9. Councillor Gallo.
Same question.
Same question.
I'll move green.
Mr. Seo, did you want to? Same question. I know you're eagerly trying to get into the last one. Same question about the LED with funding, any government funding.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in general, what happens is the federal government or provincial government will put out a call for proposals, and if the criteria fits, we will use these projects that have been approved in the capital budget, and we'll submit those actual projects according to the criteria for the individual projects. So in the past, I know we have used federal funding, for example, and applied it towards some of these, again, they're not standard funding. There'll be program funding that'll come up in the course of a year, and I know in the past we've applied and received funding for some of these retrofits from federal grants. But we would basically look down our capital list of projects that have been approved, and we would just put those projects in. So this would be one that would come up if there was a funding mechanism that allowed for LED conversions or green initiatives in general.
Councillor Gallo?
would it be held until we see something, or we just move forward with the project, and if there is a government subsidy, we apply it, otherwise we move forward with it?
Mr. Seal?
Through you, Mr. Chair, in general, we would go ahead with the capital plan as approved by council, and we would just look for opportunities to marry that to funding opportunities, because we can't count on the funding opportunities. They vary from year to year. We're certainly hoping this year with an election there might be more than the average number of funding opportunities, but until we hear from the levels of government, we won't know.
Councillor Gallo?
Thank you.
So we all know when there's an election, it tends to open up the purse strings a little bit. So hopefully we get some more funding for this, for the LED projects. So I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 611. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. It doesn't say, I had a look at the squash courts. They're looking pretty rough, and they seem to be extremely well used. But is the 100, I guess through you to Ms. McDougall, is the $100,000 going to replace all of the flooring?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, yes, the intention is for all 4 courts.
Good, thank you. I think I don't know how long they've been in place, not very long. Oh, I don't know. How long have they been in place, do you know?
Ms.
Through
McDougall?
Mr. Mayor, since 86.
86.
They've been repaired and replaced, and renovated.
Okay, definitely a green
Okay.
for me.
You want to put green on the floor?
Yes,
Councillor Gardner?
please.
Seconded. Councillor Humphreys. Any comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That one carries. 612. This is the one with a recommendation from staff. Does anyone want to put the recommendation from staff to read? Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Gardner, you got a question?
Thank you. I did approve this one, so why are we changing our mind?
Ms. McDougall.
Through Mr. Mayor, because at the time of pulling in the budget, we were also looking at options of quoting, getting estimates. So the estimate before you was one of the estimates we'd received, but in the interim we received another one that was much more palatable that could be done through operating. So in fact, this project is done. The partitions in SARC have been completed, and the total was 8,500. We went with the lowest bid.
Councillor Gardner.
Lowest bidder always makes me nervous, but how were we able to do it through operating?
Ms. McDougall.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Through
it went from capital to operating. How?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. At times, we often evaluate different thresholds to find out if there are projects that are capital, need to be at this table versus some items that just based on value, we can replace potentially on an annual basis that may be done as a repair or a patch of rubber flooring or things of that nature that if they're within a value, we can achieve them within our operating.
Thank you.
Okay. Call a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next we have 6-14. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you.
Well.
No, just a quick comment in terms of some of the cause of this is as a result of de-icing salts. We might want to look into different types of ice melting that don't denigrate the concrete anywhere near as much as the regular salt would. They definitely cost more, but in the end, in my experience, it costs more to repair than it is to use those types of products on concrete.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Did you want to move one of the options? Green? Seconded by Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner.
So could somebody respond to Councillor Gallo's inquiry, because it's true, salt is really corrosive, and is there are we at least investigating other ways to do this? Through you to
Ms.
Robin.
McDougall?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly through our facility team, we would work sort of hand in hand with the Roads and Parks Division as to the materials and products that we can use. And as far as the quality or degrading, trying to find the best product possible, those are certainly measures that we'd be looking at in cooperation with a larger project within Parks and Roads.
Councillor Gardner?
So thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure. So what you're saying is we are starting to look at I mean, we've been looking at this, as Mr. Downey knows, for a long time with roads. So where are we at?
Ms. McDougall?
Certainly, through Mr. Mayor, as far as working with Mr. Downey and his team as it relates to those two other operations teams, it's obviously we'd love to be able to. I don't know through them if Mr. Downey can speak to our ability, and sometimes it's a matter of what is going to work, and we know we can commit to certain products will work, but certainly I'd ask Mr. Downey if he can comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Downey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further, that salt does work. The issue for us is how much salt. And so we have taken upon ourselves to reduce the amount of salt that we've been using to a point where we are using more of an optimum number. I am concerned if you take a look at some of the parking lots, we have a lot of residual salt sitting there. I don't think that's appropriate or acceptable, and so we are communicating to staff and trying to get down to what we feel is an appropriate level of salt. We have taken measures certainly on our roads with regards to that, because we can actually dial back the amount of salt. And I think I mentioned to council before that even though we've actually been out more events this year than last year, we've actually used less salt. And we have found that it has been effective with the reduced amount of salt. So it is something that we continue to monitor, and it is our goal to try to get to a point where we're just putting down enough, but there isn't really a product out there that does and provides the same level of safety as salt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Downey, for that.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Seeing no other comments or questions, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next we have 616, Councillor Gardner.
I have this as green, but there is under project benefits, the word this should help to improve energy efficiency. I think that's why we're doing it, is to improve energy efficiency. So is there any certainty on this through somebody, through you, Mr. Mayor, to somebody?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would agree. The language should be a little more clear. Certainly, if winds or air does not pass through, it is going to create a better energy efficiency operation. So I apologize for the language, and that should have been more clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Gardner.
McDougall. Great. So I've got that as a green.
Okay, seconded. Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. This is one of those projects that I was referring to that while it's under building furniture and fixtures repair and replace reserve, it's one of those things that would be definitely on that list of a kind of a study.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Seeing no other comments, questions, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 617, Councillor Humphreys.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. Is this the first time we've replaced the building thermoplastic membrane? And just wondering on the life expectancy of this one. Do we know?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, the area we're speaking of is over the main lobby of ACC. So it's between the ACC2 and ACC1. It's when the addition was made.
Right, okay.
So it is 1996. And as far as a repair replace, in this case, the lifespan of it I'd have to look in the asset management plan, but it's a typical lifespan of a roof membrane.
Okay.
So I apologize, I don't have the exact.
That's okay. It's a long term. That's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that just because of the cost, but that's great. Thanks. I'm green. It's
Green?
fine. Yeah.
Second? Agreed? Second? Councillor Gallo? Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. Is it in the 10-year capital plan?
Ms. McDougall? Or Mr. Gardner?
Are you referencing, was it in the previous year's 10-year or this year's 10-year capital plan?
It's not. Hold on. It is. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 618. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. I guess it's one of those things that is functioning properly. It's deemed to be at the end of its life, but I suspect we haven't had any problems with it. It's one of those things that it's an asset that we don't have problems with, but we should replace. And
I'd say, I think the chief would probably say we have to replace it.
yeah, I don't always agree with the chief either, especially when he wants to buy big fancy
Is he here?
trucks.
Where is he?
I'll say green.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gardner, you have a question?
It is not in the 10-year capital plan, so is it? I don't know. Is there a reason?
Mr. Gardner?
Oh, it's because it came up after the plan had been completed. It's a more recent addition to the plan.
Okay. Councillor Gardner?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, it means also that it wasn't. It was supposed to have, or we estimated to have a longer lifespan.
That's very likely. It required replacement earlier than what we're anticipating rather.
Yeah. So I would think that something like that, we would be able to anticipate fairly correctly. I mean, you can't tell with wear and tear, perhaps on a truck, but I don't know. I would think we would be able to do it with something like this. So I'm not happy, but I'm voting for it.
Sorry, if I may quickly add to that. I know the fire panels are part of an inspection regime, so it's quite possible that it came up in an inspection deficiency.
Thank you. And thank you. And the fact remains that it didn't. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 620. Councillor Gardner. Replacement of roofing sections.
Yeah, it's again, it's premature deterioration and indication of a roof which has been poorly and incorrectly installed. So this would have been done a while ago, not too long ago, 2005, 2006. So maybe to you, Mr. CEO, is there anything that we can do to prevent this? It's the same situation with the skateboard park. It's, do we have it inspected? How do we check for correct installation, and more importantly, how could we move forward with that? Could you just put that on your radar, please? Thank you.
Do you want to put something forward, Councillor Gardner?
Yeah, I'll put a green forward.
Green. Second. Councillor Humphreys. Seeing no other comments or questions, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 621. Councillor Gardner.
Well, it's not a lot of money in the scheme of things, but again, the building is not that old. I'm sure the seniors would like everything to be wonderful and fresh and new. But I'm not going to approve it for this year, and I'd like to suggest we put something to prevent the debonding on the edges. Maybe put Mr. Mayor, you would know, maybe like frame it with a piece of wood.
So Councilor
Molding
Gardner,
or something?
If you wanted my expertise from my previous occupation, I would suggest that possibly you would move from vinyl wallpaper to maybe painting.
So maybe we could do that next time, but I mean, couldn't we, if it's debonding, to me means it's coming off the edges,
Yes.
as wallpaper does. I mean, could we not just put
Yes.
molding around the four sides
You
for
could,
like,
but then you'd escalate costs as well in that, and then you'd be better off just taking it down and repairing and painting it overall. That would be, if you wanted.
I
my
appreciate your opinion. I'm
that-
still going to vote against it, but
That's fine.
I mean, I don't think we have a very high service level in Aurora, and I think we do a great job with the senior center. We keep it really, really well, and we just have to bite the bullet sometimes, so I'm not in favor of it.
Ms. McDougall, did you want to add anything to that, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, truthfully, the alternative, why it's gone to vinyl recommendations, because that's what was there before, and the building condition assessment identified it as clearly there's issues with it. So it recommends replacing with vinyl. Alternatively, the option is to go with a less expensive route of taking it off and painting it, and that could be the case. So we can report back even in a subsequent year with that model if preferred.
Would anyone want to suggest maybe a yellow? Get more information. Councillor Gilliland? Second? You seconding it?
I'd rather it be red, but I'll go
You'll
for yellow.
Okay, so you'll second that. Councillor Gardner seconds that. Any other comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 622, Councillor Gardner.
I thought I saw the should word in here, but I think I'm wrong. It's 1991. I don't know. I just wanted to know if we could move this out. What would be the implication of moving it out? Because we are talking about possibly making that vestibule at the front of the. We're talking at the town hall. We had been talking about maybe making that vestibule a little bit bigger, a little bit easier for people with disabilities to access. I don't know where we are with that, but I would like to wait.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously from a lifespan perspective, we've pushed it out beyond what a typical door mechanism, mechanics of a door are typical lifespan. So we've monitored it, we've repaired it. Certain doors clearly have more issues than others. This project before you is not replacing the electronic pieces. It is the doors themselves, the hinges that are rusting in some cases. So there's some that are certainly more deteriorated than others. But this is looking at the asset from the building condition assessment. We've pushed it out as much as we feel we can, and we feel it's time to address just the doors themselves.
Okay, and we're talking about 4 doors.
Yep.
Oh, and we're talking about more.
Yes.
We're talking about 4 and the staff entrance, so that's 5.
6.
We got
Isn't it?
6.
6. Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, technically it's total of 9.
Because
So
of
there
the
are,
doors.
because of the double doors versus some of the staff entrances are single doors. It's a total of 9 doors. Just the doors themselves with hinges and.
Councillor Gardner?
So that's a good price, and it works out to maybe $1,800 a door. Are we spending enough? I mean, are we taking the lowest estimate on this, or are we? Because we've got to do a good door. You're confident that we can do it for that, and it'll be a good product?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am confident the team has done quoting and estimates
Okay.
on just the doors themselves.
Okay.
Thanks. I'll move it as a green.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson.
Just a quick comment. From an operational perspective, we've given delegated authority to our directors to approve lots of things under a certain threshold. I can't remember the number, what it is, 50,000, whatever the number is. And so I guess, in looking at a number of these projects, I see some very small amounts.
And you're wondering why they're here in front of us?
And I say that small, but I recognize that every dollar is important. But I guess as a thought, and perhaps maybe it's for the FAC or for this council in general to talk about in terms of trying to look at the process and ways to improve it or not improve it, just have a conversation about, is there a threshold for capital projects that this council feels comfortable delegating that authority? Maybe the answer is no, maybe the answer is yes, but I just think it's worthwhile to take a look at it, and that was my comment.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gallo?
I was going to, the same
thing? Maybe we can deal with it at Finance Advisory Committee, and we can look at how we can develop a better process moving forward. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Council, I'm going to call for lunch. The food is here. It's 12 o'clock. How long do we have, Mr. Seal? I'm going to ask you. Is it half an hour? Can we do 45 minutes? 45 minutes, everyone. All right? We'll jump. All right, Council, we have... What? Did everyone go home and get into comfy clothes? And well, Michael, we all know that those are your comfy clothes. So yeah, I think you sleep in a suit. Okay, so we have quorum, so we'll continue. We are going to skip. We had 623, which Councillor Humphreys pulled. So we'll just skip that and come back to it, and we'll go to the next one, which is 624. And Councillor Gallo, you pulled that one? Sorry. I'll give you a second to get ready. Oh, you forgot your glasses. You can wear Councillor Gardner's glasses if you like. Yeah.
What did we do to 621?
Okay, so we'll skip 624 and 625 for right now as well. And we'll come back to it, and we'll go to 626, which is Councillor Gardner.
Whoa.
You don't have a screen anymore. Where's Rafi?
Rafi was just here.
Rafi was just here.
Oh, Rafi's still here.
Oh, there's Rafi. We got a screen that's blank down here. Thank you. Councillor Gallo, did you want to speak, or is that the reason you hit that is to...
Yeah.
You're on.
Yeah, Mike's...
Oh, you're off. You're back on.
Hello?
Yeah.
They were all regarding the same thing, whether they're part of a plan or not. That was...
Which one's the 24 and 25?
Both of them.
So did you just want to reiterate that and then put green on them? Is that what you wanted to do?
I wasn't prepared to put a green.
Okay.
On, the library one, yes. The other one.
We can come back to it. We can go with Councillor Gardner's and then just come back when you.
I texted. No, I can see it.
You can see it? Okay, so let's go back to 24 then, which is the ice plant repairs?
So it's just the same similar question, whether it's part of a plan, that the master plan, that I have the answer to that already.
Okay, so did you want to put something on the floor on that one?
I don't, but someone else.
No? Anyone want to put something on the floor for that one? The ice plant, you move which? Green? Councillor Kim moves green, seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any other comments or questions on this one? Well, he said that's all he had to say. That's all you have, right, Councillor Gallo? Okay. No more comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And you're trying to speak to 25, Councillor Gallo? Same thing? Same thing? You'll move that green? Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kim. No other comments. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so now we're at 626. Councillor Gardner.
I'm not in favor of this. I'll move it as a red.
Okay, anyone?
Oh, no, you know what? It's premature. Let's, okay, so I'm not in favor of this. I think we need to, I'm just not in favor of it. I think we're doing okay for the moment with this. Although I could hear what Ms. McDougall says.
Okay, Ms. McDougall.
Through Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Certainly with the age of these, the asset, they are rusting. They serve approximately 75 spectators for an activity. What we're wanting to do is obviously replace the bleachers with a retractable system serving and would host potentially 200 guests. So they could be retracted depending on the need, providing the deck space when an alternative deck space option is necessary. So from a request perspective, it's to do two things: dealing with the issues of the aging piece, the rust components that are happening on the deck, and secondly, to provide a larger service capability for our swim activities and events that we wish to host.
Councillor Gardner.
Mr. Mayor, do we have a lot of meets? Like, do we need that greater capacity at the moment?
Ms. McDougall.
Thank you. At this time, we are at times, depending on the event, we are at times standing room only along the deck, and it's not safe. So we do have patron issues and team issues that wish to come to the pool, trying to find a space on the deck for them. So could we do more with the capacity of 200? Absolutely. Would it serve the current need? Yes. An improved system would serve the current need as well.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you.
That's all for now. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through to Ms. McDougall, are you able to put some numbers around how often that is, even if it's just ballparking? Are we talking, once a month, more frequently? I want to get a sense of, when you're saying that, there are times, is it, I don't know, 1%, 50%, 100%? I just want to get a sense of how frequently that is, so that really, then it helps me determine whether this is a need or, a nice to do, because it does say, while I hear about the rust factor, that, it's currently okay now and would need replacing in 3 years based on this sheet. So it's not necessarily a must this year. And so I just want to get a sense from the other one, how often that occurs that you need that additional seating or to retract the bleachers.
Ms. McDougall.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, projecting use, we're a 200-seat capacity or in that area, likely approximately every 6 to 8 weeks, so once every 1 to 2 months.
Thank you.
So about 8 times a year where we might see that size of capacity. But also keeping in mind the retractable capability provides the deck space, so when we host schools, they've got more of a place to gather with their bags and things. So the seating is one thing, but the retractability also serves another.
Sure. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Kim.
just wanted to know what high humidity means. Is it just it's very humid in there in the arena, so this is rust resistant? Is that what that means?
Ms. McDougall?
This is, thank you, this is for the pool deck, for the swimming pool with the high humidity that we experience in a swimming area, causes some of the deterioration on...
Sorry, my fault.
That's okay.
I thought it was a skating rink.
Did you not read your binder, Councillor Kim? Thanks, Councillor Kim. Does anyone want to put something on the floor? Green? Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. They're both not here right this second, so we'll skip 628, 629, and 632, and we'll go to, oh, you back? Can we do 629, which is the interior conversion to LED? Councillor Gallo?
Same as the others in terms of government.
Okay. Did you want to move something on this one? Or
I'll move green. Yeah.
You'll move green?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Kim? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We will jump to 633. Councillor Gardner. Comprehensive Sound Audio Public Address System.
Yes.
I'm just skipping the ones that someone else pulled that they're not here.
This is the audio system, the SARC. Under project benefits, it says this project will provide a better service to the patrons, but jumping up to the level, the description before, it says mitigate corporate risk. So I'd like to know what that means.
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for the lack of clarity there. The system does not work in all areas of the facility at this time. So from a public address perspective, if there is an emergency, a lockdown, we want to have the capability of communicating that broadly across the facility. From not only the patrons, that's beneficial, but also what also is speaking to is the ability for us in the pool area, as an example, or dedicated in the skating rink area where we can play music, background audio music, so that during classes and things that we can communicate. So some of the aspect is that it's not working in all areas, and we want to make sure it does address all of those, particularly from an emergency perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Do you want to put something on the floor?
Yes, I'll move it as green, please.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gallo?
Does the fire panel have a speaker system that can communicate to the entire building? No.
Ms.
That's
McDougall?
okay. That was it.
Just very quickly, through you, Mr. Mayor, it doesn't speak. Alarm system throughout the system, certainly from an evacuation. If the alarm had to go off, it could. But if it's a matter of we don't want you out, we don't want the alarm to go and get you out of the building, we in fact want to lock you in or communicate to stay in your area where you are, that's the kind, it's a verbal we need. And that the fire panel does not do that.
Councillor Gallo? Good. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 634. Councillor Kim. Supply, install, and replace change room lockers.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm with staff. I remember when we were discussing 3-4 years ago about the renos at the AFLAC. I recall the locker were contentious issues because they were quite thin and you couldn't put anything in there. So I guess I just want to confirm with Mr. Downey or Ms. McDougall that so we're just doing this now, right? This is, I guess we haven't done anything during those 3-4 years that we had those complaints.
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, this is taking care of that matter, the complaints and concerns about the size of the lockers, functionality of the lockers. It's something we're trying to get addressed through this request.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Kim?
Yes, thank you for clarifying. I'll move for green, please.
Okay, second. Anyone want a second? Green? Councillor Thompson? Councillor Gardner? Want to speak?
Could you say what kind of lockers these are going to be?
Ms.
Or
McDougall?
how about I make my concern first? Some of the patrons would like to have full-size lockers. No, they're not going to be full-sized.
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Right now, they're small enough that it's even challenging to get a bag in, much less a coat and maybe winter boots. So a full-size not floor-to-ceiling, but a full, tall high school locker isn't necessarily something we have to do. It's a matter of it might be wider versus long. So it's the capacity increase that we're looking at. How that's configured is something that I don't want to limit us to what that option looks like.
Okay, so right now in the pool area, I'm using 2 lockers.
Yeah.
So you're saying you're going to try, this should make it possible for me to use 1 locker.
Yes.
That's great, thank you. That's what the patrons I've spoken to have initiated.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner.
Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Why don't we do... No, we don't have 38. 39. Who took 38? Okay. Councillor Gardner, did you pull 38? 638? You did? Okay, so we'll go to 638. Councillor Gardner.
I would like to have I would have liked to have had a bit of a fuller report here, because we've been changing out the water meters for, I don't know, I think this is the 3rd budget, maybe the 4th. Thank you, Jason. So it seems endless. It's going up to 20. Al, maybe I should ask you. Jason, I don't understand, because growth is going to be finished in now, pretty much. So what's happening?
Mr. Gardner?
This change-out program refers to existing meters.
Yeah.
There's about 17,000 water meters in town, and a lot of those meters are getting old. They have a useful life of around 20 years. As it reaches the end of its useful life, their reliability becomes poor, and as a result, we end up losing revenues as a result of that. So we put this program in place in 2014 to replace approximately 1,000 meters a year.
1,000?
1,000 meters a year. I think it's a couple years we did 1,500, but we do approximately 1,000 a year. Presently, we're sitting at about 6,200 of the total 17,000 replaced, or 42% of them have been done up until this point. We'd like to continue to work towards replacing them all. So this year is no different than previous. We'd like to do another 1,000 meters at the estimated cost of $600,000. There's some of the larger costs here include commercial meters, which are much more expensive than the residential ones.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I think when I was running in 2016, I was told there are about 17,000 households, but a lot of those are newer, or a good portion of those 17,000 would be newer. So are we talking, we're not talking about 17,000, are we talking about 12,000, 13,000?
Mr. Gardner?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, certainly we wouldn't replace meters that are new. So we're progressing through the oldest ones first and working towards the more recent ones. At some point, certainly, we'll draw the line as to, okay, these guys don't require replacement, you know?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to do the math. So do you know when we started to do this? Was it 2014?
2014.
That's 6 years. Well, maybe 5. Let's say 5.
Yeah, and we're sitting at about 6,200 replaced.
Yeah. Okay. But we're not changing out all the way up to the 7. I mean,
no.
There's
no.
a limit. What would you say? Because this is going on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. I don't think there's enough meters for us to replace.
Mr. Gardner?
Well, this would have us moving to approximately 7,200 meters being replaced at the end of 2019. Certainly,
Okay.
we'll keep an eye on that. We're not going to replace stuff that doesn't require being replaced.
Thank you. I didn't do the math correctly. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Gallo?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, did I get a number on how many we've already done?
I believe it was 6,200. Is that
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
6,200?
There's somewhere in the volume of stuff that I read, I saw a number around 4,000, 4,500. I don't know if it was in the asset management plan or somewhere I read that number.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Gardner?
the most recent figure I've heard from my manager of accounting and revenue was 6,200 was the most current one at the end of 2018.
Okay.
Councillor Gallo? If there's some discrepancies, if you
I'll
want,
take a
to
look
look at
in
it
Yeah.
afterwards and maybe offline, you can speak with Mr. Gardner and we can try to clarify what that for next time we have a discussion.
Absolutely, you want them all to be aligned.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I'll make the same comment I've made for the last number of years. When it comes to this program, we always say the reason we're doing it is for the reduction in to improve the reduction in accuracy. It has a negative impact on revenue, increase our water loss. We want to identify all those stuff. I still would love to see some metrics come back to show that the millions of dollars we've invested in this program is making that difference, that it is rectifying and capturing that. I know when we go through the water piece with the budget, we talk about water loss. I'm still hopeful that this is helping to adjust those numbers in a positive way, so that way we know that there's some return on investment here. So, same comment I make every year. I just love to see some data to show me that this program is having some return.
Mr. Gardner, will we have some of that when we discuss water, wastewater?
I think we could certainly offer a little bit of trend information as to what the water loss is doing. To make those direct connections to the water meter replacement stuff might take a bit more work.
Thank you, and I think that Councillor Thompson, thanks for bringing it up. I think for the third time, I think, or fourth time. But no, I think I share some of those same concerns, and I think everyone around the table does, and it would be very useful information to have when we discuss this a little bit further through the water and wastewater. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. And I don't know if I'm the only person, but through the years I've had a lot of residents call me because they're so unhappy with what they're being charged for water. So from a customer service point of view, to help our residents, but also to help our staff, we need to figure that into the equation. And lost staff time. And it's not only just frontline staff, it's, in finance as well.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Does anyone want to move anything on this one?
I'll move it.
Councillor Gardner, what would you like to move?
Green, please.
Green, second. Councillor Humphreys. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're going to backtrack right now. We're going to go back to 623. Councillor Humphreys, you pulled that? Replacement of the roof sections and skylight sealant.
Oh, yeah. Okay, just, yeah, no, absolutely, we have to do this for sure. And my only question, what, sorry guys, I pulled this by in error, but my
Okay.
question has, if I have a quick one, just green.
Sure.
That's, just wondering how quickly it'll get done if this gets approved. Spring, early spring.
Ms.
But I pulled
McDougall?
it in error, sorry guys.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. We would be preparing the tender package, hopefully being issued within the next couple of months to be rewarded. I'm hoping by May, June, the project could be complete.
Great, thank you. I'll put green forward though, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Kim.
Yeah.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. McDougall. The roof is where in location to the skylight?
Ms. McDougall.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this opposite southeast corner. So it's in community services, the back corner. Hang on, southeast. Yes, southeast corner of the building is predominantly where the number of issues are, as well as around the skylight area. Skylight being more about the sealant around those windows that are causing our issue.
Thank you. This isn't an
And the
exact.
flashing, sorry.
Thank you. This isn't exactly pertinent to this, but and I think anybody who's been here has been upstairs in the summer. The skylight is very energy ineffective, and the amount of heat that comes in the summer, it affects the whole building system with respect to AC. When we're but seriously, I don't know how much it costs us, but when we're up there, can we just cover it up? I mean, can we do something to remediate it, because it's really a problem.
We can get a retractable ceiling like the Sky Dome. No?
Can't we just cover it up?
I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
I mean, can we do, well, we would need an interior blind probably, but there must be some very cost-effective way that's going to save us, I'm sure, thousands of dollars, because it just heats up the whole building.
Ms. McDougall, any suggestions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had already thought to, when they're up there looking at the windows, is to consider tinting or frosting, obviously to keep the sun and UV down and the heat out of that space, so that it was going to be part of our scope, our intent to do so.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 628. Councillor Gilliland. Young Street electric sign replacement.
I just wanted to understand what, I think that, I gotta get my glasses on, I'm sorry, just a second here. I just wanted to kind of understand what the 80,000 constituted. It just seemed like a rather expensive sign. Can I get some clarity on that sign?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with the Young Street sign, we have a number of other electronic signs, obviously pre-approved from 18, that we would work together in packaging. It's going to be, in particular with this one, being that there's already something existing in the site, it's a matter of looking at the guts of the system, because right now we have to have staff go out onto the site, stand out in front of the sign to actually physically change what it says. It's not very conducive to the types of messaging we want, certainly nothing from a prompt perspective, so it's predominantly the guts of it that would be changed out, but also to upgrade the look of it from a style and aesthetics perspective to come in line with our branding here with Aurora, because there's been some changes since that sign was put in many years ago. So its intention is to look at the sign as a whole while using the footprint that's at that site.
Councillor Gilliland?
So if it's the guts, you're just saying, like, are you changing the electrical? Are you changing the whole sign in general? Or is this, I'm just trying to understand what this sign, I'm just trying, $80,000 seems like a lot for a sign. I'm just trying to understand the validity of the cost.
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. The other signs, just for point of reference, if this might help you, we have signs approved to go forward for the SARC facility, is to get their sign out on the roadway also to be looked at. Its guts have a problem, so it's from its functionality perspective as well. 22 Church Street, Council looked at that and has, it was part of 2018 approval. We've deferred that to be part of, incorporated into the Library Square project, so we paused that. It was about $50,000 approved for that sign. The JOC, part of its project finishings, there was a sign as well expected out at Industrial, because at the moment you don't have one that's messaging capabilities. So for this, again, with this being the footprints there, the electricity, the hydro is there, it's not that we have to do that piece. It's looking at the design of it that is conducive to the modeling, what we're branding for Aurora, in conjunction with our communications division, as well as, more importantly, the guts of it, so that we can be able to be more versatile with the messaging that we can put up, as well have it programmed so that we can do it from the office versus having to go out on site with staff. So it's majority of it is the guts, but it's also the design and the framing of taking advantage of the footprint, but it will look at the redesign of that site. It's a long-winded, sorry, roundabout
Councillor
answer.
Gilliland.
I mean, I like the whole idea, and of course, I like the idea of investing in something for the future. What is the longevity of this investment?
Ms. McDougall.
With the expectation typically for electronic sign with the electronics, you may have to upgrade software. However, the electronics should be able to be in place for 15 years. The sign itself on the outside of the building would have to have basic repair and maintenance if there is any over that time. So that sign and investment could be minimum 15 or plus, 15 plus years.
Councillor Gilliland.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Just to confirm, we're talking about the sign at Yonge and Aurorites, yeah. Yes, I was thinking Mark Street, but it's the other side. Okay, so I understand the rationale for it, and that sign is long due for some TLC. The challenge I have, and you may not know the history, but I know myself and other members of council have long advocated for some improvements and some changes over the years, including one time there was a great product that was being shown at be it FCM or AMO, and at the time the cost was $25,000, significantly better than what we have today. It was brought to, at the time, the director, and they continued to choose to tinker with the current sign and put money into repair, and we needed to improve the electrical, we needed to improve this, and so I have a hard time with this one because I've seen the history over the years, and had we gone with that original solution rather than tinkering with this one, it would have saved a whole lot of money, it appears to me, at this point in time. So, while I understand the rationale, I have a hard time moving forward with this one for $80,000, given the history and the amount of conversation that's gone on in the past about this particular sign. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And exactly to Councillor Thompson's point, in fact, when Rachel pulled it, this was one that I wanted to bring up. I really think I'd like to see staff take it back before we, tinker with the existing sign, as we say. $80,000 is a lot of money. Now, just to clarify, is $80,000 just for that one particular site, or for all the others that you mentioned earlier in your explanation?
Ms.
To you, Mr. Mayor.
Through Mr. Mayor, it is for just that one site.
It is,
So the value, notably, they're a bit different depending on the site.
Sure.
So in fairness, this one seems to be the highest, and it was valued at the highest. I can understand more information necessary to validate that. That's
well, I'll tell you because there's a lot of history on this in this location, and that sign is really visible. I find that everyone looks at that sign, but just maybe center, close to downtown, and I just think that if there's anything, if we're going to come up with a standard for all our signs, let's make sure that we're doing the right thing that will help. Because I absolutely understand you want to get into an application that you can change the sign from here, and it'd be a lot more practical, so that people don't have to go out there and try to fix the thing. And I notice it's working more than it isn't, so that's, I don't know if that's just my imagination, but it seems to be working when I go by there a lot. I just think that maybe a little more information on the strategy around this, what we're going to do today. If is the vendor the same vendor that we're used before, or is it the vendor that Councillor Thompson brought up that we brought forward? Did anyone even look at that option? Just, are we using the same vendor as normal, or?
Ms.
Sorry.
McDougall.
Thank you. I apologize. I was not familiar with the history that you've raised, so I'm being enlightened. But as far as the intent would be to package all of the signs together,
Perfect.
and it would be one vendor that we would be working with, so that there is some synergy in the software program that we want to do, as well as the look and feel of each of these signs that we're proposing.
That makes a lot of sense. So maybe a little more information on this one before we give it a green.
Before I go to Councillor Gallo and Councillor Gardner, what I'm hearing is that we want more information, and if everybody wants that, maybe we can just kind of move quickly forward on this
perfect.
one with conditional approval and get that more information back, because I think we're all in agreement that we want more information. Because I agree, I was sitting here and we went through this with this sign, and there's some extensive issues when it comes to the discussions that we've had, and so I think we definitely want to have more information. Councillor Gallo, did you want to, you're fine? Councillor Gardner, did you want to add something, or you move it as a yellow? Councillor
yellow.
Humphreys, seconded by Councillor Gardner. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 632, Councillor Humphreys.
What is this one? Yes, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, obviously we need to do this for sure. And I just wanted to ask the question. It hasn't been that long.
632, sorry guys,
632, right?
Fitness equipment replacement.
Yes, right. No, I think it's, it's not a lot of money. It's $50,000. It's, we need to do it. We have to keep our facilities as current and equipment as safe as possible. Just going to ask the question, though. I noticed that we're going to be changing in 2019, but no work until 2022. I don't know. Is it just the way it fit? Is just the way it, is it because everything will be current by 2019 and then we don't have to do anything until 2022? I just wondered, is that just the way it worked out with the equipment? And also, we did a lot of renovations to this recently. It's a little bit of a, there's been a little bit controversy around the whole facility and update and so on. So, I think that the equipment has to be updated. Just wondering from your perspective, is there a reason why there's a few years of nothing?
Ms. McDougall?
Through Mr. Mayor, the timing of the original acquisition, there was a bulk of the equipment bought at once. And so by life cycling that out, we've been able to do parts at a time. And so we strategize as to what parts need to be done in a sequence. And then we get to a point where there is a bit of a gap before we need to start over again. And that's why the gap is on the financial plan. So.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's fine, thanks.
Thank you.
I'll do green.
You put green? Okay. Second? For green?
Not yet. Not yet? More discussion?
Councillor Thompson? Okay. Councillor Kim?
Thank you. I think it was last year when we were in the Finance Advisory Committee, when we were doing due diligence on the Parks and Rec department. We were looking at costing out all the programs, and I recall that the membership fees and the cost of the programs to residents, it's all on a cost recovery basis. So with respect to Club Aurora, are the equipment replenishments, is that part of the cost recovery when we charge membership for Club Aurora, or is that outside of that cost recovery model?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you. It's certainly part of it. We know that through memberships we have a threshold of certain elements or valuation of their fee to be a member. It goes to equipment, some goes to operation of the facility, and some might go to the staffing model that we have to operate. So there are costs that are covered through the membership fees. But keeping in mind there's also drop-in valuations. So we don't want to hit just the members with the full cost recovery of equipment, because the drop-in also takes a wear and tear on those assets. So from a cost recovery perspective, the intent is to come through membership and user fees.
Okay, great.
Councillor Kim?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. I've always had a kind of an issue with this whole facility and providing this service. I'm happy to hear that, because I don't think it was always this case that it was a cost recovery. I think we used to subsidize to a certain degree, and if that's the case, and just to clarify that even the capital items such as this are cost recovery, is that what I heard?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That is a part of the fee. To be full cost recovery, again, keeping in mind it's not just membership, it's also the drop-in fees. So the intent is to work towards that, but we obviously, every year, we need to try to increase our membership. There is still a threshold that is not fully covered. Part of our user fee review is something that we're going to be trying to embarking on in 19 and having a deeper dive in that, because our last policy was back in 09. and it's time to have a look at that fee, to reevaluate its cost recovery. And so this would definitely, as one of our fees, will be covered in that, to see if we can sort of bring that gap a little closer. The intent is there, it's just by nature of the membership numbers, we're not fully covering the expectation.
Councillor Gallo?
So I guess fundamentally and globally, capital operating, I have and always have had an issue with competing against other businesses. There's probably like 4 or 5 right now in the town that do this very thing, and we use tax dollars to subsidize and really compete against them. And I've never been a fan or in support of that model. It just doesn't make sense to me how we can justify using tax dollars to compete against private enterprise in the town. If there is a report out there, past report, that analyzes this, I'd love to see that. I don't know if there is, if anyone can recall.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've done it in the past. We haven't done it recently, it's not a similar business. It's not an identical business model to the private sector. So we would be comparing not only with the private sector, but with other municipalities that also operate fitness centers, because the majority of municipalities also have fitness centers attached to their recreation programs. So if we did that, we would not only look at comparisons to the private sector, but to other municipalities as well. But we have not done that recently.
Councillor Gallo?
Is there a significant difference between what we do, taking apart what other municipalities do, what we do there, and the private sector? Is there a difference?
Mr. Downey? Or Ms. McDougall?
Sorry, through you,
Well,
Mr.
he looked
Mayor.
eager. That's the only reason.
I know, that's what.
He's got all the answers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the model that what we do offer, there are memberships similar to other fitness centers. We do offer fitness programs, classes. We have certainly come as you go, drop in. So the model is very similar in Merritt. As far as what the offerings are of municipality, they're somewhat different based on our availability of our staff being present when you work out. As far as utilizing support, a number of the private sectors are more not turnkey, but 24-hour access without staff supervision. We're providing that service so that people looking for assistance have a staff member that they can go to help them with that program. So it's a slightly different, but a number of the other municipalities, as Mr. Downey had mentioned, are following in that path. And a lot of it comes back to, even with our Parks Recreation Master Plan update, fitness and physical activity is certainly a service that our residents seem to turn to the municipality to also provide that capability. So when they drop their child off to go swimming, they can go into the gym and work out. That's convenience for them as well. So it's a bit of a balance, and I understand where you're coming from, but quite a few of the municipalities do offer the service as well as the private sector.
Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. Maybe in the future, I'll ask for a summary report on the status.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I guess just my quick comment, well, 2 comments. My first one really was, it's great that when we have these ongoing projects, it's helpful to show what has been spent up to date as well as the future outlook. So, I know we show a total of $200,000 for this, but that's really going forward. What have we spent the last few years? It's helpful to see that. With regards to, the philosophical discussion about, being into a sphere of business that the private sector is as well. Well, I mean, it's a big scope conversation because we also provide classes, aerobics and a number of other things, yoga and music lessons. I think that are also offered in the private sector as well. And so it goes beyond just Club Aurora. You could make that same argument about a number of things that the town does that the private sector may be doing. And, I think it's a good conversation. To what degree should we be in all of these fields and how much subsidy? Because I don't believe Club Aurora is a full cost recovery model. I think there is some degree of subsidization, no different than many of the programs we provide. But, I think as we continue to move forward through budget process or other, it's a good question. I know that one of the capital projects is the user fee policy, and I think when we touched upon it at FAC as well as Parks and Rec last time around, it really was that question of what level of subsidization is council comfortable with for the various programs. In some maybe it's full, some maybe it's only a minor, and some maybe none. But that was part of the original conversation then, and I'll assume that will be part of the conversation going forward this term at some point. Would that be fair to say, Ms. McDougall?
Ms. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is part of the scope. That's the intent.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I apologize in advance. I'm going to be a little bit mushy about this. I thought exactly the same as Councillor Gallo, that we shouldn't be competing with the private sector. Having exercised there for 5 years now, I would say that Club Aurora provides a service that nobody else provides. We get a lot of seniors who are trying to rehabilitate themselves. We get younger kids, I don't know how old they have to be, who are starting to get into fitness and who are completely lost and who are okay at the leisure complex. They don't feel too out of place. You get a lot of people who are just want to start an exercise program and they're just wearing their street clothes sometimes or whatever else they're wearing, and they're new and they just come in and it's very comfortable there. The staff is very different from a fitness center, like Good Life or one of those centers. They're very hands-on, they're very welcoming, it's very social, a lot of seniors because it's very social. It's just, I think it's really looks good on Aurora to have this. And our fitness classes, I would say, are at least half seniors. I don't know what the other clubs are doing. But I do have an issue with the money. Last year we spent $50,000 and we got 2 new pulley machines. We got 4 new ellipticals. I think we got we got 2 new ellipticals. I think we got 4 new treadmills. We got a new squat rack, like a really neat one with a wooden floor, and it must have cost a lot of money, but it's really well used. The requests that I've had a request to have a spinning bike downstairs, but that, maybe not, Ms. McDougall, just think about it, because they can go upstairs and use a spinner if it's not in use, but I think it's probably a good idea. We could probably just take one from upstairs. The younger people are starting to ask for functional equipment like sandbags and things that replicate more functional movements to build strength as opposed to just muscles. I have asked, this is a pleading with you. As Mr. Downey knows, there's no room in that room for storage of any kind. So right now we have a lot of horizontal storage units. Could we have a vertical one for the, whatever those balls are, those flexibility balls? I think we just got some new racks for the weights, but at some point could we have vertical racks for those? The only complaint seems to be that most of our weights are metal, and apparently when you drop them, they make a lot of noise. So they're starting to replace them with rubberized equipment, so maybe we could continue with that.
Councillor Gardner?
Over my 5.
No, I was just going to say maybe this is to go into detail with Ms. McDougall, maybe offline,
and Matt's.
Perfect.
But $50,000, I mean, perhaps staff will disagree with me, but we've got, nobody was criticizing the equipment. We got a lot of new equipment last year, and everybody seems perfectly happy, and we are not the top of the line. We are not Good Life. So I would ask you to look at that, and I would suggest we spend $25,000 or $30,000.
Ooh, wow.
I will make a motion. Okay, could I make it a yellow? And because I think you've done surveys, I've got these surveys that were attached to all the machines, and you've heard from staff, but I'm doing on the ground talking to people. I haven't heard anybody complain, and I've spoken with people who do really stressful workouts, which I don't do, and people more like me, and I haven't heard anybody complain. Just the young people, they want more functional equipment. We don't have place to store it, but so
And now you are at 5 minutes.
okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know if anybody has an opinion, but I don't want to spend $50,000. I'd rather spend something less this year, and then I'll see how that goes.
I'll ask Councillor Humphries, you moved it. Did you want to change it to yellow? Who seconded it? Councillor Thompson, you okay? All
I
right,
think
we'll
Ms.
change it.
McDougall has all of that information, but yes, maybe just to bring it back.
We'll change it to yellow, and maybe Councillor
Okay.
Gardner, if you can sit down with Ms. McDougall offline and have some discussions, and then we can get something back for us for more information, and we can make a decision at that time.
Okay.
Did you still want to speak, Councillor Gilliland? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Gallo, did you want to speak still? Councillor Gallo?
Just really quickly,
Sure.
I would have preferred that when speaking in these kind of things, we put our council hat on and we remove our private citizen hat, because let's face it, we all know that we have access to this. We have access to this. Many of us have access to this for free. We don't pay for it.
And I agree with you.
If you choose to.
Yeah.
So let's put our council hat and look at the big picture and see everybody in the entire town, because we get this for free and slightly biased. We should look at it from that perspective.
Thank you. And the only thing I would add is you're correct, because if we went by what I want, I'm still looking for those 95 to 100 pound dumbbells in there, and they still haven't showed up. So yeah, but they're not there. Yeah. So anyways, we'll move forward. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 6:35. Councillor Humphries, Accessibility Committee.
Okay, yep, just a quick question on that. This is green for me, Mr. Mayor. Just, I know that the committee does get a budget to use to complete, it says here automobile pedestrian signals, closed caption streaming, a wayfinding project, encounters at Town Hall. So this is for $350,000. Gosh, I had written something down that there's something. Okay, the question is, we have an AODA deadline to meet. I just wondered if we know that. Is it 2025, or just to make sure that we're completely compliant as far as we can be as a municipality? Do we know? Do we have that answer? And are we in? You would know. I don't know who would
Mr.
have
CEO?
that.
Through Mr. Mayor, this would be Ms. Van Loon's area, so
Okay,
we can
fine.
get that information from her and get it to you.
That's fine. That's
You know?
okay.
We'll let our clerk answer that.
Okay.
He says he has the answer.
Oh, perfect.
Just had benefits of being a former accessibility coordinator at my last job. Councillor Humphries, the idea is the fully accessible Ontario by 2025.
Okay.
Certainly all municipalities, I would assume, are aiming for that goal.
Sure.
It is, at the end of the day, just a suggestion. So it would we wouldn't be fined or anything like that.
Oh,
The
okay.
municipality wouldn't be in trouble if we didn't meet that.
Okay, perfect. And to that point, the reason I bring it up is I just want to make sure that as a municipality that we're sort of ahead of the game. I know that you're right, we don't, but I'd love to be able to say that, we've done everything we can, and that this plan captures it. So I appreciate the information, and well, that's good. Thank you. This is green, absolutely.
Green,
Yes.
second. Councillor Kim? Councillor Gardner, you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to know, if you don't know, if you can come back with the information. We approved quite a lot of money last year, and I'd like to know how much of it we've spent. Because my recollection is the year before we approved a lot of money and we didn't end up spending it in that year. So I'd like to know if of the amount of money we approved last year, how much we spent and how much is still to be spent for this year. Because I don't want to approve the full amount if we're not going to get to actually use it. And of course we want to be up to standards. We need that for our residents.
Mr. Gardner? Do you have an answer for that?
Not an immediate answer, but I'll get one for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that good enough, Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. I'd like to make that a yellow for now.
You'd like to make that a yellow?
I'm sorry. Have you already?
She's already
moved
put
it?
it. Councillor Humphries, are you okay with a yellow, or you'd prefer green? Okay, we're going to leave it with green, and if it fails, Councillor Gardner, then we can switch it to a yellow. How's that? Good? Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, let's do that again. Hands up. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. You can still get the information. You'll get the information. 636, Councillor Humphries, computer and related infrastructure renewal.
Okay, I have a note. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make sure. Have we? I'm just trying to see my note here. It says, "Have we done this before?" Do we do? Is this sort of a? Is this a life? Is this a life cycle thing? That do we normally do this every year? Because I don't think I've actually seen this before, like laid out this way. So is it normally like a plan that we do every year, and then this is, and it, or we? Because I thought we were going to have some new. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Seale. Councillor Humphries, I'm going to let Mr. Seale.
Sorry, not to cut you off, Councillor. The manager for IT is in the building, and so she'll come and answer on behalf of Ms. Van Leeuwen. So if you want to skip to the next one, we've just gone to find her.
Awesome, because the other thing I just want to ask was the strategy moving forward in terms of, we talked about digital signage and.
Okay, so we'll just hold off on that.
That's fine.
Councillor
Go to the
Humphries,
next one. Yep.
we'll come back to it. Let's just do the next
Sure.
one, 637, which you pulled as well. So it's the financial systems.
And that's why those two are related.
They're related?
Yeah, because the financial system, which I think is very critical for us to have, talks to updating our system. So I just wanted to know, just a little high-level discussion on our overall strategy, how they correlate.
Okay, okay, CEO can talk about.
But I'm green
financial.
with we need this on the financial side. I just want a little bit more.
Mr. CEO? On the
So
financial
through you, Mr.
system?
Mayor, on the financial systems, this is just the starting point of that process. We expect that this will cost significantly more than this when the full system is put in place. We wouldn't use all these funds in 2019.
No,
They would be
no
carried
way.
over when we have a more complete definition of and scoping of the project, but it would allow us to get a consultant on board and start the scoping process. So the lion's share of this wouldn't be spent. It would be reserved and brought forward with the total plan, and we would show this capital already set aside by council. So it's more or less to lessen the blow in the next 2 years and allow us to start the process of designing what that system looks like.
No, perfect.
Councilor Humphries?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's really important. I mean, we've heard about this for a few years, and I really do believe that our financial teams, probably other teams internally, IT, really need to get up to speed. We certainly have to be able to pull information readily. I mean, we have this asset management plan. We have finances. We probably want reports at a drop of a hat, but we can't seem to do it because of, we do, but it's a manual process, very heavily burdened on the team. So I'm looking forward to understanding this a bit more, what the vision is, and then hopefully we can get some really great, readily available KPIs that we can use in how we're doing financially, mid-year, quarterly, and something that's not going to be a huge, heavy burden on our department while they're just doing day-to-day finances, right? So I'm looking forward to this especially. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Did you want to move
I'm
something?
green with this one.
Green? Second?
I just
Councillor
wanted more
Gilliland?
information. Yeah.
Councillor Gardner, you want to speak to it?
And we keep spending money on this, and as it says here, we keep buying these standalone components, and perhaps it's been short-sighted over time. Now we have to do this, and I would say to the CAO that we can't afford to make a mistake in this, so we need the proper consultant. Thank you.
So it kind of sounds like that sign at Aurora Heights.
What is
Anyways, no, just, anyway, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And we've talked over the years about some of the inadequacies with our system and the need to, address it, to get better in terms of reporting in real time and so forth. So, in principle, absolutely, I support it. My only concern is really, the end product we're going to end up with. Too often we hear about companies wanting to develop custom-made solutions and bring in an SAP or different things, and it just becomes a mess or it becomes a money pit as it continues to go and go and go. I would hope that we would also look at other municipalities because I would think that for the most part it's a relatively, identical system, and rather than reinvent the wheel, maybe just copy what others have. Look for an out-of-the-box solution, because too often, and even on a small project, I mean, we have a little bit of a custom solution for our agenda management system here, and we've, had some challenges to date, and then it becomes a bit of an open-ended project as you're constantly trying to Band-Aid fix it. So while I'm fully supportive of developing something, my hope is that we look at somebody else's system and say, hey, that's great, let's just copy what they have. Let's not try and do some custom-made pieces and guinea pig it a bit.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Not seeing any other comments or questions. Call vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We'll go back to 636. Councillor Humphreys, do you want to continue? Oh, one sec. Go ahead. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, again, just in terms of the computer and related infrastructure renewal projects, and just want to understand, the strategy moving forward. This is in an effort to streamline costs and help reduce the environmental impact. Desktop, laptop, evergreen change to 7 years in 2013. An average, it's a 10-year cycle. I just want to understand, the strategy behind this, and just making sure that we keep current. It says delaying necessary work for infrastructure replacement and making subsequent years heavier as a result. So I guess there's a strategy behind what we're doing, and then how we're moving forward. It'll have a little bit of update on that, or what it's the benefits for us.
Karen,
staff.
welcome. First of all, welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you. So your question is, do we have a strategy behind the what's in front of you? We do have a strategy, and as I outlined, equipment has a life cycle, and we want to make sure that we're recycling the equipment and keeping current, and that we're supporting the businesses accordingly. So hopefully that answers your question in terms of, is there a strategy?
Is it gone both through? Yes, through. Yeah, absolutely. Has it changed from like every 10 years to every 7 years? Did I read that correctly? Is there a reason for that, or?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have, we're conscious of costs, and we're also conscious of equipment. So I think that it's important, best practices, that we adopt a life cycle that's going to reflect what we need. Okay. And so that's why we've got that change.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, and I know it's a topic we just left, but the financial systems, you'll probably be a big part of that in terms of the strategy of purchasing or utilizing the right vendor to hopefully, Michael Thompson stated a little bit of this, is that we don't get sort of bogged into a technology where you're sort of locked in, and that the technology is flexible and agile, that you can move it and not be trapped in a custom-made. So just wondering about a little bit of feedback on that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely, we don't want to be locked into a solution that's going to restrict us in any way. So when we go out for replacement. We're going to be conscious of that, and the specifications for a system will be so that it's open, and broad in terms of we're not going to be constrained to one solution.
Oh, perfect. So we kept in mind, and like to Councillor Thompson's point, he mentioned maybe look at other municipalities if they've already updated their financial systems, and is there anything out there that we can utilize?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, definitely. We have a strong N6 partnership, and through our procurement processes, we do ensure that we have have that consideration in terms of looking at what others are requiring, so that we're not doing something that's unique to Aurora, that we're considering others as well.
Councillor
Great,
Humphries?
thank you. That's
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks. Thanks so
Do
much.
you want to move something?
Yeah, green.
Green, second. Councillor Kim? Councillor Gardner, you want to speak to it?
Thank you. I'm not sure if that applies. I'm not sure if it applies in this case, but we were talking about buying equipment or systems that tie us into spending money only with that system. So just a comment. Don't want to be, and maybe it does not apply here. Maybe it applies more to the financial system, but we don't want to be under obligation to be only dealing with one provider. But the second comment I have, I don't know how we've done it over the past, but this is not a situation to be watching our pennies. Penny wise, pound foolish. It's a good old expression. We got into trouble, I think, with what we did here in the council chamber, apart from customizing, and I think we get into trouble all the time taking the lowest bidder. So hopefully Ms. McDougall will be lucky. But Mr. CAO, let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Comment noted. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're going to deal with 639, which had a staff recommendation to do a conditional advanced metering infrastructure. Does anyone want to put that staff recommendation on the floor? Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Humphries. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Even before the staff recommendation, I do have concerns. It's $2 million. I kind of equated back to the conversion of the LED program. We really wanted to have a lot of more information, understand the benefits of it, what's the return on investment. I get that it says here that it enhances the customer service, creates a nice little portal, improves the reporting information, but I guess my question is that really worth spending $2 million? And so, when the report does come to us, I'm really going to want to see that information about what's the return on investment. It's great to have the latest technology, a lot of fun, but I want to know what the value is for the residents to spend $2 million.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I think you're probably find everyone's in agreement around the table. Seeing no other comments, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 640, Councillor Gartner, GMC K3500.
I think. Okay, so here's my comments. I'm talking about this vehicle being in a sorry state. And how did this happen? And I think we've been through this.
Sorry, I was something he was doing.
This poor truck is really in trouble, and we've been using it and repairing it, and I don't know. It seems to me that we are going to do this because we are going to have a consultant come in. So I think that all the comments have been said.
Did you want to move something?
Yeah, I will move a green.
Okay, second. Councillor Kim. Councillor Gallo, you want to speak to it?
I did. Considering that we are going to be getting a consultant to review all this, I don't see why we wouldn't do yellow on all of them until that consultant report is back, and then we'll have a really good sense. Maybe there's more we need, maybe there's less, I don't know. But
can I just ask Mr. CAO, is there any concerns with doing yellow right across the board on all these vehicles?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask Mr. Downey to comment on if any of those, generally no, but I just want to make sure that there isn't anything that's pressing in terms of the timeline for procurement. So if we could ask Mr. Downey if...
Mr. Downey, are there any that are pressing?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. In taking a look, I don't see anything critical at this point, but I would like to be able to go back to staff and ask. But in stating that, and I know I'm jumping ahead, if we did that, would that mean then that the fleet consultant for $25,000 would be automatically approved?
I would.
So that if we are going to do
So
that,
Mr.
I
Downey,
can't tie the two together.
so-
I need approval of a fleet consultant in order to make sure that these stay yellow. If not, then we need to move forward, and then there can be some consideration later on for a fleet.
So Mr. Downey, I'll just suggest to all of council is if all of council's in agreement of moving forward with yellow conditional on all these vehicles, we would pretty much be giving a green light on that consultant fee. And if everyone's comfortable in doing that, then we can move forward with doing that. If you're not, then say it now, and we can have a discussion about it. Otherwise, if that's the road that we want to go down as a group, then let's just do that and get that done with right now. Is everyone good with doing yellow conditional on all of these items? And then we can, Mr. Clerk, are you okay with jumping ahead on that one and just saying we're giving it a green?
It's just with the understanding.
With the understanding that that one will be green? Is that fine? Okay. So, yeah, so we're going to do 40 to 61 yellow on all of those items. Is everyone good with that? Yep.
No. 51, I'd like to do separate.
Smart car replace. Okay, so how about we just take out 51? Is that fine? Everyone fine? Everything but 51. Everyone good with that? Councillor Gallo?
Just the Kubota one, I have some comments about.
If we're doing conditional, though, can we not?
There's an error.
There's an
Maybe
error?
I can just communicate what the error is. And
Okay, so
we can
what
fix it
we'll do
first.
is let's pass the motion first to do all except for 51 conditional. All right, can I get a seconder? And then I'll ask you to make your comment. Okay, moved by Councillor Gallo, seconded by Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gallo, if you can make your comment on that one. And then I'll call the vote. And then we'll move to the smart car one.
Sure. So I believe the vehicle equipment evaluation form is not for that vehicle because the information doesn't jive. It's an F2880, which is a lawnmower, and and the purchase price was $10,000 and $25,000 replacement.
Vehicle equipment evaluation form.
6-45. Yeah, the Kubota.
45.
I just don't think those 2 pages are not for that.
So thank you for pointing that out, Councillor Gallo. I think maybe we can get staff to kind of make sure we have the right sheet there when we come back to it. It is, as we said, it is conditional. So we'll make sure that we have the proper sheet. So thank you. I have people on this list. Are we speaking to this, or are we okay to move forward with this? Okay, so I'm going to call the vote. So everyone wants a quick question. Okay, Councillor Thompson, quick question.
Just regard to the process. In
Yes.
years past, we had a different evaluation form, kind of folded out. I just want to know why we made the
changed?
change.
Good question. Mr. Downey.
Through you, what we did this year was we had 2 people venturing under the conversation, one being our head mechanic, and the second being our Parks and Fleet supervisor. So because they may have different opinions about how we might want to move this thing forward. So you're going to perhaps see some conflicting information with regards to that because our mechanic may have a different view than perhaps our fleet supervisor would have on that same piece of equipment. We come to a consensus that it needs to be replaced, but they may have a different point of view with regards to how quickly that piece of equipment might want to be replaced. So that's why you see it before you. I will not disagree. There are some inconsistencies. That's one of the concerns that we have with regards to fleet. I think I've spoken to most members of council that it is an area that I certainly want to address in 2019. I think it's long overdue that we take a look at that. So we're hoping that in the future, when we bring back this report from the consultant, that many of these issues are resolved, and that we get a forum that is going to assist council in helping them make good decisions with regards to moving these things forward. If I might, while I've got the mic, if they are yellow approvals, it's also my understanding that if I went back to staff and I said there was some urgency with regards to this prior to the consultant report, it would be all right if I came back with a report and asked for that equipment.
I would say, I think if there's some urgency to something, if you brought that back, and we would hear that, and we would move forward accordingly. So thank you, Mr. Downey.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, are you okay with that? Is that finish your quick question? Thank you. Councillor Humphreys, quick question.
Quick question. Just to Mr. Downey's comment, I noticed like that number 6-40 looks like it needs to be done sooner than later. It's the GMC truck. It looks like it's in a lot of trouble. It's basically not functional from what I read. So I just want to make sure that we're doing this, but it's not going to stop. Once we get additional information on that particular vehicle or others, I just want to make sure it doesn't, because it looks like we can't use it. That's what it sounds like to me. It's a waste of money.
Well, I think it's exactly what Mr. Downey said. He's going to go back. If there is something that they feel is urgent, they'll come back and let us know at the next meeting, and we can go from there. So is that fine?
That's perfect.
Okay. Councillor Gilliland, quick question.
Quick question. Is there a difference between 717 and 654?
654, which is the wide area mower.
And 717?
17, which is a new wide area mower.
One's new, one's used?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one's a replacement and one's brand new. So one is growth related. We need another machine. One is growth related. The 717 is growth related. Additional parks, we need additional machinery.
Yeah. So
the one that you're looking at, the 6 is a replacement of an existing machine.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you, Councillor Gilliland. So all those in favor of yellow conditional approval on those 6 items? Opposed? That carries. We will do 651. I have actually Councillor Gilliland pulled it originally, so Councillor Gilliland. Smart car replacement.
Yeah, so I was trying to really understand the smart car, $50,000, what that amounted to, what you're getting for that, and also the staffing for it. Is this, are we hiring new staff to use this car, or are we replacing this existing car?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, apologize for the confusion, because I was a little confused when I saw this first time as well, because we're not replacing the smart car with a smart car. We're replacing the smart car with something else. We don't believe the smart car is a smart purchase.
Smart car is not conducive to the...
Therefore, we are, it was originally purchased for bylaw, found that it really wasn't useful for bylaw. It was then turned over to facilities, and facilities used it. From a fleet perspective, it really wasn't very conducive. We had no mechanics within our fleet that could repair this vehicle, and we had to send it out every time we even wanted to do an oil change. So we are recommending that this vehicle needs replacement, and we are suggesting it be replaced with a hybrid truck. So we're looking at greening the fleet because it was originally purchased as a green initiative. So we're suggesting perhaps this is a good time to start looking at a hybrid vehicle as a replacement.
Councillor Gilliland?
Just looking at the $50,000 budget, is that an estimate of an SUV or a truck that you've already sourced? Do you have like an example of the kind of truck you're trying to purchase?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. So we do take a look at the type of vehicle we would like and how much that would be in the market. However, we haven't gone to the point of actually putting it out for costing. We generally identify this on a fairly generic basis, so that we're not identifying specifically a make of vehicle, but rather specifications related to a vehicle, and then people bid it, whether it's going to be a Ford product or a Chevy product or a GM product or whatever it happens to be.
Councillor Gilliland?
So this budget is more or less, you would be fair to say, on the higher end, because 50,000 is a pretty expensive vehicle.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is expensive. They generally are more expensive. We want to look at hybrid. That's one of the concerns that we are looking at. Council has previously asked us to look at greening this fleet. Cost is one of the concerns with regards to greening the fleet. It is something that we'd be happy to come back with prior to moving forward with this as far as additional cost. If we didn't go for a green vehicle, yes, it would be less expensive, but I don't quite know whether or not it's the direction we want to go at this point.
Councillor Gilliland? Good. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the luxury of having the history of this vehicle. I was on council, and I think Councillor Gardner, you were there too. And
I think that's why you want to speak to it. So.
Well, I'm gonna.
Oh, no, you weren't on it? Oh, okay.
So, originally, it was just us two, I think.
Okay.
I think when we first purchased this for bylaws. And the intent was, let's get a green vehicle, and I think Newmarket first did it, and then we copied them, and I recall staff reports, and unfortunately, we can't get those staff reports because apparently our website doesn't have enough data storage to get any reports past 2014, which I really have a big problem with. So we don't have access to any council documents, any reports, anything past 2014, because apparently we can't store it, which obviously I have a big issue. So I couldn't even find the original reports that dealt with this car back then.
I just make a suggestion. I believe you could have reached out to probably a staff member, and they probably would have been able to pull up that original.
Yeah, and I could have, but could the public do it? No.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and we represent the public, and that's more of my concern. I know I could, with some additional time. I shouldn't have to. I should click a button, and I could have access to that. However, so I'm going by memory, that it was originally part of bylaw, and I recall a scathing report on this vehicle that was incredibly dangerous to drive, and we desperately needed to replace it. It was a paramount, if you read the report, it was alarming. Yet it's still in our fleet. And at the time, we did not approve another vehicle. But subsequently to that, we did, I think, a pickup truck for bylaw to pick up A-frame signs, and that was the idea behind all of that. The thought process back there, if you recall, Councillor Gardner, was, let's speak to Parks or IES back then and see if they can borrow a truck to accomplish those tasks. But it happened. So the movement from this vehicle, and it sounds like there's even more history even past that. The movement from this vehicle to a $50,000 vehicle. I understand that it's moved from bylaw now to, I guess, doing other services other than what it was originally intended to do. I'm just very confused, and that's why I really want this consultant to give me a big picture on fleet and a better understanding of our needs, because if I look outside the back, I can see probably, I think, 6 vehicles out there that are a combination of bylaw, and there's a new animal control. I don't know if they're ours or not, or if they're... So we have a significant fleet, and I think it needs to be managed appropriately. So that's why I originally said, let's get that report back before we move forward on any of these vehicles.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. And I was going to suggest, I think we'd all replace this car with another car. but maybe a different department. But anyway, my question was just two things. Can we continue to drive this vehicle, or are we going to get rid of it? Because if we don't get rid of it, we should probably use it for maybe promotional things. You know, like put a little wrap around it and use it for fun little things. I mean, just why get rid of it? It's kind of a neat little, funny little thing. Just wondering if that was the thought process, or is it really not? You can't drive it anymore. That's a different story. You can't do that.
Mr. Downey, is it possible to just hold on this? Because I'm looking at the trade-in value as well as it's $4,000. So I'm just wondering, does it make sense to even trade it in?
Through to you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's probably something that we could maybe address in that report. Public disposal of the vehicles is always an issue, and whether or not you keep a spare or not.
Right.
We were actually discussing that with regards to life resurfacers just over lunch. But and what you keep and what you don't keep. My preferred process is if you don't need it, get rid of it. And there is a trade-in value associated with this, and so I would recommend that we dispose of it. We have been asked in the past to look at alternative disposal processes and offer perhaps to community groups within the town or whatever, and we haven't come back with a report with regard to that and amended disposal, public disposal processes. It's something that we need to work at, perhaps through amending the procurement, the bylaw as well, because procurement bylaw sets out how we dispose of public assets, and certainly vehicles is a public asset. So it's a longer conversation than we'd be able to address at this point, although it is something that perhaps we can ask the consultant to look at, and what other municipalities might be doing as far as some of these things. But our general rule is, if we don't need it, if I'm before you to get it replaced,
Get rid of it.
we get rid of it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And one last quick question: are we still making our parks vehicle green?
Yeah, we've been doing that.
Yeah, just want to make sure.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Chair, unfortunately, we can't go green anymore. Because some of the vehicles that we purchase don't have a green option. So we would then have to paint these vehicles. So we didn't want to go to that additional cost. But now that roads and parks and water and everyone is all under the same umbrella, everyone has white. So you'll notice that all the vehicles as they are being replaced are white.
I did notice that. That's why I asked the question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Gartner.
Well, we really wanted to try and do something green and send a message to the community, and I think it was the wrong choice. But we thought it was a pretty good choice at the time. So I like the idea of continuing to do something greenish, and we have $73,000 in our Green Initiatives Fund. I don't know, we haven't done anything with that for a long time, so maybe we could do something with that. And the other, I don't know who would be purchasing this, but also I think this might be, maybe we could get a discount if we somehow do some advertising for the product, that it's green and it's, well, I know we don't do things like that, but why not, in the name of green, why don't we try something a little different and save some money? That's my 2 cents.
You went to a different funding source, and then you also went to a different policy, but it's okay.
Well, it's true, but it is a green initiative, and I just was checking the reserve.
I think it's something, maybe, Mr. Downey, maybe we can just look into that as far as can we use the Green Initiative Fund.
Through Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to talk to Jason about alternative fundings. And just with regards to the graphics, we are looking at graphic options with regards to some of the vehicles, and this might be a good example of that. So it is something that we're looking at, is how or what is displayed on our vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you, but also maybe an opportunity to get a discount.
Yes. Through a rebate? Are you talking through a rebate through the province?
Oh, a rebate would be nice, but I mean, I don't know, anything.
As we all know, the purse strings are a bit tight nowadays with
Yes,
the province.
so, you know, let's promote the manufacturer, maybe.
So we'll see what we can do. Councillor Thompson.
Mostly, I was just going to talk about the history of this car, and it's been brought up many times. But just to confirm that we're going to minimally just do this as a yellow and move forward. Wait for the fleet report. Thanks.
So does someone want to move something on this one? Yellow? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gardner. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, 666. Councillor Humphreys, the AFLC skate park.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand that we need some repairs, but it almost looks like we're rebuilding the whole thing. It was $800,000 to build it in the first place, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But while we do that, and we need to do that because it's really well used, do we know if we'll be using some sort of new technology that'll help prevent us, or, you know, best as possible with our harsh winters? Because cement, this will continue to happen. I did notice that they're going to look at some drainage, which hopefully will help with the design of it. But I do know that the kids really love it, and it's heavily used, so we should go ahead and make this happen. I feel that for sure. We didn't go through all that and then not to have something safe for the kids and for them to enjoy. But can I just understand, like, the cost? Is that obviously we just have to almost start from scratch?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and we'd be happy to provide some additional information with regards to this, but this is a project that Community Services and ourselves worked on together. The cost is greater than building it because there's a cost to remove what is there and then rebuild. So it's actually a greater cost than was originally to put it in. As part of this process, we hired a consultant to do tests on the skate park. They did boreholes to determine the thickness of the concrete, the thickness of the base, how much water was in the sub base, if there was water within the sub base, strength of the concrete. A number of different things were tested. It was quite an extensive report that was done by Community Services with our assistance, and the recommendation was that what was there was not salvageable. There are concerns with regards to the amount of water that's in the subbase, so the first thing we need to do is make sure that we get sufficient drainage in that subbase, and so that there is no water sitting there. There were some concerns with regards to some areas that there wasn't sufficient granular put down prior to the concrete, and there were some areas where the concrete was not the specified thickness. So all of these contributed to the premature failure of the park. It is extremely well used, so we are recommending that we do replace it. And our concern is that if we don't do something with regards to this, then it may become, it's not at this point, but it may become a safety issue. In fact, some of the users have taken upon themselves to make some modifications in order to stop some of the water from running into some areas of the park. So it doesn't create a safety hazard, but it just tells you how much they want to be there and using that particular facility.
No, I appreciate that. No, thank you. Is there any way, if this moves forward, which I hope it does, that we can get some sort of inspections on the process moving forward so that it is that they've taken all measures to prevent something like this from happening again? Because it'd be a real shame to be here in another 3 or 4 years. And, you know, I'm pretty sure, like, again, you've gone through the trouble of understanding the current state of it. So hopefully the new contractor who will come in and to follow those blueprints will do a right job. I just want to make sure that we have someone watching and confirming that they followed all the processes to prevent this from occurring again. That's possible. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. So first of all, we've changed a number of things since this was done. So the first thing we brought on was, one of the things that we brought on is project management. So we will have oversight of project management with regards to this. But any project that we're working on right now, whether it be the armory or in fact, we just had a discussion with regards to the fire hall recently, money needs to be allocated for testing. I'm a huge proponent of testing. I want everything tested. It protects the contractor, it protects ourselves. So we need to make sure that the sub-base is protected. We need to make sure there's a sign-off with regards to the sub-base. We need to make sure the concrete's the proper testing and the proper thickness. So test to make sure that we are actually getting the product. It's well worth that additional funding in order to make sure that testing is there. Unfortunately, those tests were not performed when that was done or was constructed, and so I believe that we have put measures in place now to make sure that does not happen again.
Okay, great.
Councillor Humphries?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I look forward to moving this forward as Green. The community really wants this. It was a huge issue way back when, well, 4 or 5 years ago. So to stop it or have it become dangerous would be against that whole initiative. It would be a waste, so thanks. I won't move it Green just yet. I want to hear my peers, but I'd like to
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Before I go to Councillor Gallo, I just want to give my 2 cents in, because I've had issues with the contractor that did this original work from the beginning, and it's just blowing my mind to hear that it's a possibility that they didn't use enough gravel when they built this, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Downey, if it is found that they didn't do it properly, that they didn't use the proper materials, they didn't put enough of it to do it properly of what they were expected to do, is there any way that we can go back, and maybe this is a question more for our solicitor, is there a way we can go back and penalize these people or fine them for something, due to the fact that they basically did the job in negligence, from my point of view, in my opinion?
Through Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to give a copy of the report to our solicitor. You're correct. It is really something for the solicitor to weigh in on and determine whether or not there is any culpability there and to what degree. But the report is fairly detailed. They don't identify it as deficiencies. They simply state what's there and what isn't there, and then we can take it from there whether or not we feel that there's any repercussions. So absolutely, we can provide the solicitor with the report, and they can move forward from that point.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Gallo.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, you stole my thunder.
Sorry.
Oh, geez, I'm sitting here and I'm fidgeting and I'm saying, how could this be? We budgeted actually $800,000. I distinctly recall this. We budgeted $800,000 and it came in at $600,000. And I distinctly remember because I asked, what are we doing? I said in that microphone, great, let's take that $200,000 and remove it from the budget. We didn't do that. We added in the budget, just, as we all know. But absolutely, there's no question in my mind this should be sent to our solicitor. If someone was negligent, regardless if we do any testing, we have engineers who would have engineered this and would have spec'd exactly what should have been there. And if their specs were wrong, well, then they're liable. If the builder was wrong, well, then he's liable. We should $600,000 to rebuild this. It's what we paid when we first did it. There's absolutely no question in my mind that this needs to go to legal. It's beyond me that this has happened. It's just such a disservice to the taxpayer. It really is. How does this happen? Surely this is not the first skate park built in Ontario with the weather conditions that we have. Yeah. Something went wrong.
And I can say, Councillor Gallo, and this is why I have my frustrations, there was huge problems with the contractor that we were using at the time, and we did. No, I think the skate park. No. That's the same one.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, for me, this is definitely a yellow because maybe I'm just disappointed that how we got here, but I'm not prepared to spend the money until I know if we can recover some of this money we already spent. This is times two. How embarrassing.
Councillor Thompson?
Listen, I fully agree. I think my question just was about confirmation about who actually built it, because I remember Canadian Ramp Company coming and giving us a presentation, and so perhaps you can just sort of explain either their role or who built it.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, from my understanding of the project, as you know, I wasn't the project manager on this project. The subcontractor who was identified for the construction of this could not reach an agreement with the general contractor. he subcontracted this work. So he subcontracted it to another company, it was that other company's responsibility to ensure they built it according to specifications. Based on the report that we have, it was not built in accordance with specifications. Who actually built it, the exact firm, I'm not entirely sure. The Canadian Ramp Company was involved with the design, if you recall. Robin raised the issue. I don't know whether we want to look at a new design or whether we simply want to replace what's there, but maybe that's something that we can survey some of the users with regards to it. But they came in and we had a group go over at the leisure complex at the time with kind of a design charrette. And a lot of the kids in the community got involved in what it was actually going to look like. So they helped with the design, but once the design was completed, it was then turned over to the architect and the contractor in order to make that happen.
Gotcha, and I appreciate it because I remember the presentation, and I think for myself, one of the things I liked about that particular company is that they had done a lot of work for other municipalities. They were certainly familiar with the Ontario climate, so to speak. But anyway, so we'll, I do agree. I mean, the issues with that skateboard park appeared almost immediately, and it's been an ongoing conversation. So I echo my fellow councillor colleague comments.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Garner.
There's not much to add except that there were cracks showing in there.
Day one?
Well, I don't know about day one. right at the beginning, and I'm sure. Anyway, that's the story. And with respect to the Councillor Humphreys, with respect to the yellow or the green, we all want to have another skateboard park there, but I think we have to make it a yellow till we've got to get some more information.
Yeah, and I would agree with. I think we need to hear from our solicitor as well as if there are any options that we can look at. And just a quick question. Sorry, Councillor Gardner, were you done, or did you?
No, I'm done.
Are you done? Was this not the one that this project was the one that was missing the liquidated damages, and that started me down the road in advocating to make sure that we have liquidated damages in all contracts?
It's a leisure complex.
Was it not this one?
I
think it was.
I recall the conversation. You were sitting over there. I recall the conversation. I just don't recall if this was the project, but
I think it
do
was,
recall the
but
conversation related to this project. I don't know whether this was the project that initiated it or not.
I think it was the full leisure complex. So I believe that was it. But thank you. I just wanted to bring that up. That it's obviously everyone knows how I feel, how everyone sitting around this table feels. So let's see if we can figure this out and make sure that we get this done right. So Councillor Humphreys, did you want to speak to this, or did you just want to put yellow?
Just one quick extra comment very quickly. Yeah, I'll go with yellow. I understand. Look, I don't know if you remember, but we put up a committee to go through all the problems with that facility after it was completed.
But we didn't do the skateboard park.
We talked about all the issues within the AFLC. We didn't talk about the skateboard park because the kids were using it, but they weren't complaining like adult residents paying taxes. They were just having fun and fixing the stuff as I watched them. They'd be, Mr. Downey knows, they put patches, they put these other boards up to prevent all the things right from the beginning. But I know that we were going to see if we can get those fixed. And now we're here. So absolutely go after the builder. I don't know if we can because of the line within that contract that said they're not liable. But moving forward, we have that in our contracts. I don't mind coming back with additional, absolutely. What can we do? We've already spent too much money, but the community is counting on us to provide that facility. It's heavily used. I couldn't imagine us shutting it down, just that from my personal perspective. So I want to get information back. What can we do to recover costs, if anything? Then hopefully we can get a good supplier. Sorry.
Mr. CO?
Through Mr. Mayor, understanding exactly where council wants to go and no problem with the yellow, just want to make sure everybody's clear that, I mean, even if the solicitor comes back in a closed session and says, here's a strategy and this is how we litigate, you're basically putting this off for a year or two. There's no way you're going to get this resolved in a short period of time from a litigation perspective, would be my guess. So just in terms of timing of actually replacing it, it's probably not going to happen this season.
Well,
I just want to put that out there. Anyway,
sorry, thank you. Through Mr. And that's exactly what I don't want to have happen here. I mean, I don't mind coming back with more information, but I don't want it to be held up for us not to go forward to spend this money to put that skate park back in working order. We can continue to do what we need to do to recover costs if possible. I don't think that should stop this moving forward. That's my personal opinion. I'd like to put that in a caveat with the additional information, to eventually go green, and and what we're looking for is information on what we can do with the original
To recover some costs.
costs. And once we find that, that's fine, but I want us to be able to move forward with that skate park.
And I think everyone around the table is fine. I don't think no one wants to see the skate park closed down for like a year, 2 years, but I think we just want to have some assurances that there's going to be some information that comes back to us to look at how we can proceed, if we can, to recover some of these costs. And then while we have those discussions, I think everyone would be comfortable moving forward with a green approved. If I'm wrong, is everyone good with something like that if it came back? We're just looking to get those options put in front of us. Mr. Ciel?
To you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask Mr. Downey just to comment on the timing in terms of when this has to be done? Because the other alternative, I think, would be to, if council wants to replace it in either case, would be to greenlight it and have another motion requesting that we come back, or we don't even need that motion. We'd take that direction and deal with the other issue. But let me just, can we go to Mr. Downey and see about timing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's exactly what I was going to say, Doug. So if we could get a green light from council if they want us to proceed, regardless of whether or not we can recover funds.
Yeah, that's...
But that the recovery of funds, or the investigation with regards to the recovery of funds, can be a separate motion and can be dealt with at a different on a different timeline than the reconstruction of this skate park.
So,
one isn't necessarily dependent on the other.
Do you, Mr. Mayor, do I still have the floor?
You still have the floor.
So I'm okay with that. I know it's difficult to hear that because you're going to have to put yourselves out there and think, okay, we're going to spend another full amount of money to a brand new skate park. So yeah, that's a huge investment. For me, from a personal perspective, and what I understand from the public, that they do, that's something that they count on. Anyways, what I would like to see is that we do move forward with that, but to create another full-blown motion to understand if we can recoup some of these costs, if not all of them, through this poor, build of a skate park. So I'd love to be able to go that route if my peers would agree.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, so let's just hear from everyone else before we do that. So I'll go to Councillor Kim because he hasn't spoken yet. So Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Downey. I find it hard to believe that for something to this scale, that there would only be one option, which is to spend $600,000 to repair the skate park. Is there any hope that in the next month or so that you can come back to us with other options, like whether it be modular or other materials? Because there are other materials out there, and when you spread over and amortize $600,000 over a 10-year lifespan, let's say, $60,000, perhaps maybe a patchwork, a Band-Aid solution until we have a broader solution. Maybe that is a more tenable solution or option for now. Is it possible to have other options come back to us within the month, other than the $600,000 solution?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. There are options identified within the report. We've taken a look at them, and we recommend that we move forward with a complete replacement. We are concerned that anything less than that doesn't necessarily address the primary issue, which is water underneath the skate park, which the only way of getting to it is to take away what's actually there. I'm sorry, but you weren't here when it was designed. Originally, it was looked at that there were prefab panels that could have formed part of this construction. Unfortunately, that wasn't the direction that was ultimately taken. It was not a precast, but rather cast in place construction, and that has created some of these issues. So the consultant had given us some options, some lower cost options. However, we're recommending that we move forward with a full reconstruction because of the water underneath the existing skate park.
Councillor Kim?
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
That's fine. Councillor Gardner?
I'm worried about the price. We spent $600,000 when we first built it. That was 5 years ago. Now we have to remove it and do a new one. So $600,000 doesn't, I don't see how that makes sense. It should cost more by virtue of the fact that it's 5 years later. It should cost more by so Al, maybe to you. We spent $600,000 to begin with. We're 5 years later. So just by virtue of that fact, it should cost more. We also have to remove what's existing. That's going to be a cost. So I don't, to me, this is something we have to be careful with our money, but we also have to do it right this time. So I don't know where the cost estimate came from. I don't know how that's possible.
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps when I bring back the information with regards to the report, I can actually bring you back the actual tendered cost for this. I don't believe it was 600,000, but I could be wrong.
From the beginning?
From the beginning.
Yeah, it was 800.
I know that we had budgeted more, but I know that it came in less. And so we can give you that exact number, whether it's 601,000 or whether it's 592 or whatever happens to be the number, we can give you that. That was actually priced within the contract. This number comes from that report. So we are basing it on the cost estimate from the report. So that we received on the condition of the skate park.
So thank you, Mr. Downey. And Councilor Gardner, I was just going to suggest, obviously there's more information than just the issues with the fact of cost recovery. Why don't we just yellow it at this time? Yeah. Get all this information that we need so we don't just kind of keep going around. And if we do have additional questions, we can speak to Mr. Downey or our CAO and continue those conversations and make sure we get that information back to us.
Well, fine? It would depend. It would depend when we can get that back.
Well, so I believe Mr. CAO, I think he leaned over to me and you said that yellow would be fine. Is yellow fine? Yellow's
Thanks.
Fine. So, Councilor Gallo, did you want to speak? Are you fine with that? You're fine with that. Okay. So, does someone want to put yellow on the floor? Councilor Gilliland, seconded by Councilor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next is 671. Tennis court resurface at David English Park. Councilor Gilliland, you pulled that one. Yep.
The wrong.
You had 660. Yeah, we just did 660.
No.
Sorry, I jumped one. Sorry, I apologize. 667, playground replacement. Yeah, Councilor Gardner.
I think that's mine, Mr. Mayor. I've asked this question before. We seem to build, through you, I think it's to Mr. Downey. We seem to keep building the same kind of playgrounds. And there are some, I sent you some pictures last year or the year before, I may still have them, of playgrounds that just, they have some accessibility features. You can also do exercises on them. Maybe I need to send you another picture, but I mean, is there anything else out there that meets CSA that might be interesting for the kids, or are the kids just happy with what we've been providing them?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to any playground replacement, we generally call a community meeting to find out what people want, what people don't want. So first of all, they assist us in developing what that facility fit or what that play value is going to be within the playground. We then pass this by Matt Zawada from Accessibility Committee. So it goes forward there to determine whether or not there's any comments coming from the Accessibility Committee with regards to the accessible components within the park, although many of our playgrounds in a neighborhood park are not fully accessible. We only have one that is fully accessible, and that's Queensland Jubilee Park. But the idea is that this was put in 20 years ago. The play value has gone down. The construction is starting to wane. we are looking at coming in with something that is going to interest the local kids, and we'll do that through a community meeting and make it as accessible as we can.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. Thank you for providing pictures, and to the new chair of the Heritage Advisory Committee. I think the intent of the committee was to try and have at least one accessible piece of equipment in every park so that you didn't have to travel over to the town hall area.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Humphreys?
Just want to add that, yes, we'll absolutely be looking at that, and I think it's important to make sure that the parks are inclusive as possible. But I did want to make a comment that I had some residents thank the town for the park that was renovated on Aurora Heights and Gale Bank. Does that make sense? Yep. So there's a park, it just got done, I think, this past summer, and they're thrilled with it. I had some people just saying how great it is. There's a hill where they, I guess, go down. It's toboggan, yep. Anyway, just thanks for that work. I just want to mention that because it's great, and yeah, looking forward to this one. I say green.
Thanks, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Gallo?
Thank you. This is a park that I've visited many times. Just up the street. My kids have spent hours and hours here.
I don't know if you can vote on it.
Well, I don't want to change it. Actually, I don't want to spend the money on changing this. To me, it's still a perfectly good park. I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Downey, that we haven't gone out to the community yet. And it's a bit of a catch-22 if you ask people, hey, you want to replace that? Chances are they're going to say yes. Who's going to say no? Let's save some money and keep what we have. I suspect it's on a list. It's kind of at that time frame where we would normally replace a park. Maybe the bigger picture is I'm questioning our service level, because to me, to replace this seems like it's a waste of money, because we could probably do some things to this to spruce it up a bit and keep it going, as opposed to a wholesale change. While it may be nice, and I can pretty well guarantee if we go to the community, they're going to say yes, give me a new park. Who wouldn't? But it's our job, maybe my job, to where can we save and where's the best place to spend our money.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gardner?
You to Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, so what about the safety standards? It looks a little bit worn, but is it up to safety standards?
Mr. Downey?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, it's done unsafe. We have 2 playground inspectors, actually 3 playground inspectors, going around and inspecting playgrounds on an ongoing basis and bringing back reports. And if there's minor repairs that needed to be done, that's fine. This is very much a service level issue. We have identified in the 10-year capital when we feel certain infrastructure should be replaced. So if council feels that playground should be replaced at a different service level other than this, then we can certainly move this out further and move all playgrounds out further. The costing for this was identified in the 10-year capital, and so we are exercising what we have put forward to council as far as what you're going to see within the 10-year capital plan. And the projects that are identified in 2020 as far as playground replacements you're going to see in 2020. And it all deals with the service level and when we move forward with them. We keep our playgrounds safe. We want to make sure that their kids are safe, but we believe that 20 years is long enough for a playground, and we should be looking at replacing it.
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Councillor Gardner, do you want to finish? Were you not asking? Oh. Yeah, that's why I thought you still had the floor.
I think we should paint it up and patch up that little bit and see what the residents say. I agree with Councillor Gallo. So after Councillor Gilliland speaks, okay. I'll try for a red, or you can try for a red.
Councillor Gilliland.
Yeah, I just was really glad someone pulled this, actually. I remember when this playground was built, it was where my children grew up and played on, and I thought it was the best park in all of Aurora. And when I saw this here, I was like, wow, I can't believe we're asking to repair this park already. So I think it's still a great looking park. To suggest that there isn't anything interesting about it or to play, I really do think it's the eye of the beholder. We're kids. They don't need to necessarily have the best, the most shiniest, newest thing on the market. I think one of the things that was really unique about this park was the pirate at the end. So, I mean, it is a great park. I'm not really sure it's necessary to be replacing this park. I remember growing up having to slide down metal slides that were rather unsafe that were probably 35 years old. So to suggest to start replacing them when they're 20 years old, I think is probably something that I don't really support. If it's safe enough for the way it is, I would paint it up, and I agree with Councillor Gardner and Gallo that perhaps we should look at servicing it.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo.
Just to give some context to, you know, within 10-minute walking distance from this very point right here, you can access at least four pretty decent playgrounds. Just to put that into context in terms of what options kids in this neighborhood, probably more than any other neighborhood in this town, have access to playgrounds, and you know, we happen to be very close to, you know, community center and all of that, but it's no one in this community is lacking in terms of playgrounds or things to do.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Either to Ms. McDougall or Mr. Downey, you spoke about the fact that, you know, we've sort of allocated in the 10-year capital plans various parks as part of our service level cycle for the replacement. If this park doesn't get replaced, that it gets not approved, how do you deal with it going forward? Do you figure out some other year to place it in, or do you bring it back every year? What would be the process to reevaluate this playground structure going forward if this is not approved this year?
Mr. Downey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in our opinion, it's a service level issue. So we would then come back and reevaluate what the service level is. As I said, traditionally it's 20 years. We could come back with a report that identified that we're moving all playgrounds to a 25 or a 30-year cycle, there would be then, it would be reflected within the 10-year capital plan. So.
And I understand the big picture, but just specifically this one.
Other than a service level that we're looking at here.
But specifically this one, how would you deal with it going forward? Should it not get approved today?
Mr. Downey?
Through Mr. Mayor, moving forward with this one, I would come back with a service level request and state that we're moving forward with this based on a service level request. Unless it ran into a situation where it was unsafe, then we may accelerate that service level, not unlike we do with vehicles.
Perfect.
So traditionally, it's if it's an 8-year cycle on a vehicle and we're coming back and we're saying, well, we need it after 6 years for this reason or that reason. But the reason it's here is because we believe that it needs replacement after 20 years. And that's the way we've done all our life cycles with regards to our playgrounds. And that's the way we funded those things. So, so we would be looking at a modified service level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to put anything on the floor? You'll move red, Councillor Gallo. Second it. Councillor Gardner. All those in favor of red? Opposed? That carries. Okay. 671. I had Councillor Gilliland as pulling that one, but no. So does anyone want to just put something on the floor for 671? That's for the tennis court resurface at David English Park. Green. Councillor Humphreys, second. Second. Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. Near and dear to my heart, this park, as some of you might know. I'm just questioning, maybe once again, the service level. I didn't see any pictures, and I haven't gone there. It's full of snow anyway. It's in an area of town that, while I won't suggest it's not heavily used, because I think there's lessons and stuff being done there. I've played there on occasion, but it's an area of town that there's only, I guess, 30 homes in that neighborhood, and you really have to go out of your way in order to access the tennis courts. So again, maybe it's a service level that it's really not that old, 4, 5, maybe 6 years old, something around there, maybe 7 at the max. And whether again it's on a list to be replaced, or it is structurally has issues. Again, maybe it's a service level issue. Maybe through you to Mr. Downey, if there are cracks that are happening and it's in disrepair, then that's a different issue than if it just happens to pop up as a service level thing that we do this every. Again, I'm going to say what's this 8. Well, we typically rebuild it in 8 years, but I'm pretty convinced it's around 7.
Mr. Downey, is this a service level one, or is there actually some concerns with the cracks and everything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is a service level. We've identified in the 10-year capital. So as we identify these projects in the 10-year capital and they come up to that particular year, we recommend we move forward with those projects. So I'm happy to provide some pictures of the surface. I raised issues with this with staff, and they feel that it is in need of repair. But I'd be happy to provide some pictures to council if you wish.
Thank you. Councillor Gallo?
Yeah, well, okay, let's do a yellow, I guess, and take a look at the pictures. And if
we do have green on the floor, so unless the council, you'll go with yellow. All right, we'll switch it to yellow. Who's second that one, Councillor Gallo? You okay with that, or Councillor? Okay, so we'll go with yellow.
Okay,
that's fine. Councillor Gardner?
I'm fine, sir.
You're fine now? Councillor Kim, you're fine now? Are you want to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
I haven't heard much from you tonight.
Yeah,
so
no, I just wanted to chime in that I play in these tennis courts all the time. Actually, last summer, because someone told me that they're rarely used, and I go there because the Thomas Coates Park, my neighborhood, it's always full because you guys didn't heed me for more than 2 tennis courts. So I have to go somewhere else to go play tennis, and these courts are almost always empty. And so, and no one has to make fun of me how I play tennis, and so my sensitivities are really satisfied in these courts. And there's a few cracks, but it's still playable. So I don't think it's really necessary to do it now. And like someone said, there are only a handful of homes, and not many people know about it, and it's not very widely used except my family. So if you guys want to do that, it'd be my private tennis court, essentially.
Okay, so what you're saying is we'll move forward with yellow. And get some pictures back for everyone. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 672, Councillor Gardner, walkway basketball repaving.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, this is a project with Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority in the region, and I understand that we're going to need to do some work here. Is this? But I'm assuming this land is owned by the town. Yes, thank you. I would like to try and find some alternative to the asphalt, or at least to have some asphalt that had some, I don't know what it's called, brick. Sarah would know, some brick so that it's pervious brick, and then the water drains into the soil. We need to get smart about these things. So I would like to make it a yellow. I know it's not a lot of money, but as I said before, I think we need to start paying attention to these things and bringing it to residents' attention.
Okay. I was gonna say
maybe permeable, but I don't know. But Sarah does.
You did mention that Lake Simcoe will also help pay for certain projects.
No, that's why I asked if it was a town.
Oh, okay.
A town thing, but maybe they might provide some ideas or some expertise because they are involved in the larger project.
Okay.
Is it just the walkway?
Mr. Downey?
Mr. Mayor, it's the walkway and the basketball area.
So
The playground is going to be subject to the redesign of Tamarack Park with the stormwater management pond and the Conservation Authority. Mr. MacArthur and I are working on that together.
Councilor Gardner?
Well, Al, I know you tried to do something different at Shepherd's Bush, and it was a good try. It didn't work, but let's see what's available here.
Okay. Sounds good. So you're putting it a yellow?
I'd like it to be a yellow and to see what Ms. Steenkamp has possibly in her mind.
Okay. Seconder? Councilor Gallo? Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 675. Councilor Gardner. Improvements to Fleury Park washroom facility.
Thank you. I just would like to make a comment. I'm not sure in some of these reports who to call. These budget sheets, who to call. So it doesn't.
It says
see, it does
department.
say operational
Yeah.
services.
Thank you.
So that would be Al.
Yes. Correct.
Well, there's a couple of pictures here that are. Well, there's one that's really terrible. Okay, so if we're going to build a new building, can we please, again, it says life expectancy more than 50 years. Can we please try and do something that will be conducive to protect against climate change? Again, let's start building smart and using ideas from probably the Conservation Authority has some, or maybe I can get some. And I think anything that we build needs to be built in the name of climate change and protection against severe weather. So it looks like this needs to be replaced fairly quickly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, do you have any ideas, Mr. Downey?
Mr. Downey?
Through Mr. Mayor, if you recall, this has been on the books on and off.
And we lost funding.
Conversation with senior management at Conservation Authority, they have now given us the green light to move forward with this, so that's why it's back on, because this is in a flood-prone area. And so they had some concerns. However, they are okay with us moving forward. Many of the structures that we put in now, we want to make sure that the accessibility standards are met more than perhaps a green building. There may be costs associated with the green building, but and I really don't know what's out there on the market. Many of the washroom structures we put up right now are prefab structures that meet all the AODA standards and requirements, and so that would be the proposed building that we're going to be putting here.
Thank you, and that's a $30,000 structure. Did I get that right?
No, that's a $250,000
That's
structure.
$250,000. Oh, so we own this land, but it's in a floodplain. I'm going to communicate with Mr. Feltmate to see if he has any ideas, and possibly with Mr. Walters, because it's in a floodplain. So that's a whole other issue.
Well, I was going to say, Councilor Gardner, hopefully, maybe they can somehow magically come up with some funding, because from my perspective reading this, it was due to the fact that they didn't support the project at the time that we lost grant funding.
But it's our
because
land.
we couldn't complete it within the grant timeline, so.
It is our land. That's the catch.
I understand, but we lost grant funding due to the
Okay,
fact that
well,
LRCA didn't support the project.
I'll see what I can do.
So hopefully you can wield a big stick over there at the.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work this time because
Okay.
it's our land, but
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Gallo.
Thank you, and once again, Mr. Mayor, you stole my thunder. No, that's good.
We think
on the
alike. There you
same wavelength. I like that. I think through you to Mr. Downey, what has changed that the Conservation Authority has now given us the green light from when they didn't give us the green light?
Mr. Downey?
The position of senior management, I don't know what else I can tell you. I mean, the conversations I've been having with them was there were some concerns, if you recall, when we were looking at putting a dome over the tennis courts in there was all kinds of discussion with regards to that. So I think it somewhat fell into some of that, but certainly when they looked at the details of what we were proposing to do, there didn't seem to be any objection. But I think they were concerned saying yes to one project and no to another in exactly the same floodplain.
So not to be cheeky, but I'm in favor of sending them a letter and saying you caused us this, because on our end nothing changed. It's the exact same thing we wanted to build back then. You told us no and we lost funding. We expect you to fund that. We may get nowhere with it, but
Mr. Seo?
Through Mr. Chair, I'm not I am by no means an expert on Conservation Authority funding, but I think there might be a small window of things that produce measurable impacts on the watershed that they might be able to contribute to. But I don't think they have a mechanism or a pot even to use to just sort of compensate for a funding delay or something like that. But I think staff will contact the Conservation Authority and see if there's anything along the lines of the watershed protection where they can
it may be symbolic. And
just
that's
to say that we're not happy.
No, well, not only are we not happy, we want you to fund this and have them say no and explain why. I'm dead serious. They cost us a lot of money just because they changed management. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. It's the taxpayers' dollars that they caused.
Did you want to put something on the floor?
I think. I'm happy to move this forward, but it's subject to that conversation with them.
How about we ask our representative to have a conversation at the next maybe board meeting? Would that work?
I think we should be much
Even more than that?
much more professional, assertive, whatever you want to call it. That maybe from you, Mr. Mayor, or I'm not sure, from staff.
I'll go walk down there right now. How's that? No.
I'll join you if you want.
Councillor Gardner. Well, let's see if Councillor Gardner can
Thank
answer.
you. Councillor Gertner would be very happy to do this, but I think that this would be better from at least a senior management level to a senior management level at the Conservation Authority. And Mr. Nadarozny has written it down in on his pad.
I was just going to say, Mr. Seo, can we write something and it can come from you and myself as well? I'll sign off on it as well.
Or first verbal.
Or do you want it just to be from staff at this point?
See, Mr. Mayor, I don't mind taking this up directly with Mr. Walters. We communicate on a regular basis, and I'll raise the issue with him. And
Perfect. Is that good? Good? Okay. So are we doing green?
With that condition.
Or do you want to do yellow for right now? Yellow? Okay, yellow. Councillor Gallo, seconded by Councillor Gilliland. Councillor Thompson.
Just to echo the comments, I think, minimally, they need to be accountable for their decision making. They need to explain why it was, a no-go a few years ago and why it is now.
Yeah.
That minimally has to be addressed. Otherwise, the next time they come to the podium, I'm sure one or many of us will throw it out at them anyway. So
100%.
Send them a letter now, ask them to explain the rationale behind that piece.
Perfect. Councillor Gardner, you already spoke twice.
Mr. Mayor, could we just put some sort of timeline on this, because we're going to need it.
It's going to be immediate. CEO is going to speak to him immediately. We'll have something. Pardon? No, not tonight. We'll get something back ASAP. Is that fine? That's good. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 679. Councillor Humphreys. Shepherd's Bush parking lot resurface.
Okay.
Can we note that Councillor Thompson is leaving at 3:02? Actually, councillors, we're just going to take a 5-minute recess. We are supposed to take our health break, so we'll take just a 5-minute recess and come back. We have quorum. Yeah, we got quorum, so we're going to begin again. All right, so we're at 679. And so I've been corrected, so it was Councillor Gilliland that pulled that. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gilliland.
Thank you. I remember when this asphalt or glass or whatever was, I guess, put down, and I'm just kind of, I guess, disappointed that it's kind of being replacement already. I was trying to read what it kind of said at the bottom, saying appears perhaps allow blah, 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 and it stops. I don't know if there's some additional options there that would be provided other than what's being recommended here. Obviously, I would want to invest in something that's going to last a lot longer than, what is it, 8 years? Is there any other options? You're saying perhaps there will allow a town to leave in place a glass and asphalt over provided, I don't know, is there something else that was supposed to be like other suggestions other than asphalt?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that has to do with low impact design, LIDs. We did LIDs at the parking lot. Low impact design is someplace for water to go and recharge into the groundwater, and so we did those areas within the ACC parking lot, the Aurora Community Center parking lot. When we originally moved forward with this project, they wanted a permeable pavement solution, and there wasn't. We tried a number of different things, and we found this glass product that they said okay to. We're finding that it's not performing well, certainly in this climate. Although I think it was an admirable attempt. We have since then got permission to put down asphalt, which we can put right over this. This is a very good base. We can put asphalt right over this. The only caveat may be that with asphalt, of course, water runs off. They may be looking for us to provide, and you can see it's written, it's taken off, provide some ground source recharge areas, LIDs, in order to address that. But we haven't got that far yet. We're waiting for approval of funding, and then we can move forward with the Conservation Authority and the owners of the land, the Ontario Heritage Trust, to go through the specifications of doing this job.
Yep, a quick question. How much did we pay for this glass?
Wow. Mr. Mayor, I don't recall. I apologize. I don't recall. It was an experimental project. It had come from the States. It really works well in the lower traffic area, like the walkways in the area really worked out well. But in the high traffic areas, mostly the parking lot areas, we found that there was way too much spalling happening, and the product was breaking down. So we tried different epoxies to try to fix it. Nothing worked that well. But so we are looking for an alternative solution, and since that time, the Ontario Heritage Trust and the Conservation Authority have given us the green light to go to asphalt, a non-permeable surface, which wasn't the case when we did this back in 2010.
Councillor Gilliland?
So by laying asphalt over top, you're saying we don't need to replace any of that base, so it's not gonna, we don't have to dig it up and put a new base down, so it's a little bit more cost effective? And does that mean that we're actually going to be raising maybe the parking lot just a little bit from its current state? Like, how deep is that asphalt?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, it's normally a couple of inches. So yes, we will be raising it, but not significantly. Something that can certainly be accommodated within the parking area.
Councillor Gilliland?
And I don't know if this is off topic, but if this is asphalted, does that mean that they'll have snowplow services where you can use parking facilities in there? Because I know currently it's always been kind of closed off during the winter. Does that make a difference? Do we have more usage out of it in the wintertime?
I'll say yes, but I'll let Mr. Downey answer. Mr. Downey?
I'll say no, Mr. Mayor.
No.
It would allow it. However, that's a service level change. So that would require us to come back to council with a service level change in order to do that. We do not plow those parking lots traditionally in the winter, and we We had identified that in our maintenance standards or maintenance service standards that were approved by council. So if council then wished us to perform that service, we would then amend the maintenance service. So this has nothing to do with whether we want to or don't want to plow the parking lot. This is just so that we can keep this parking, we can make sure that the parking lot continues to operate well when it's in use.
Councillor Gilliland?
Well, seeing as we really shouldn't be discussing the operational part of it, but maybe later, I think we really need that extra parking space, but I think you've answered all my questions. I'll leave it to my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner?
So I was at my first Conservation Authority meeting on Friday, and I thank you very much for your questions because they were similar to mine, and I found out that because they said it was Lake Simcoe property, and they will help us with a design, and I think the design is going to have in the middle some sort of brickwork, so it's permeable, and it'll slope slightly in, and it'll also slope slightly down, so the water will go to this green thing. I guess it's a swale. The water will be directed to the swale, and it won't go off. I thought it should go off the end of the asphalt, but apparently they don't like that. So it'll go all drain into this, and they're going to naturalize it, and they're also going to pay. They're also going to give us, well, depends how good Doug can negotiate, but at least $25,000 because they have a foundation that raises money, and one of the things the foundation does, it helps on projects on Lake Simcoe's land. So I think it's a good news story because it was experimental and it just didn't work. So, but through you to Mr. Gartner. So it says it's going to cost $250,000. Now, does that take into account the money from Lake Simcoe, or when we have a project like this, how is it noted that money comes from Lake Simcoe or grant or whatever?
Mr. Garner?
Typically, we'll initially fund it through one of our standard reserve funds. However, usually it's noted within the project business case whether we're expecting to get grant money for it. So I'm just looking at the business case here, and I don't see any grant funding noted at this juncture, anyways, as a funding source.
I think that's a pretty solid $25,000, and maybe if we tell them they made us do this really weird experimental parking lot, maybe they'll give us more.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. We'll see if that suggestion works. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess what I'm hearing from Councillor Gardner is a little different than what I see in the picture in terms of where the water is going to go. Once again, the Conservation Authority tells us something, we spend a whole lot of money, it doesn't work, and then they change their mind, and we could have just paved it in the first place.
It sounds like the higher levels of government at work.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, obviously they're going to allow us to pave, which is not a permeable surface, so they've changed their rules. Just, is there anything extra, maybe through you to Mr. Downey, or is this $250,000? Is that typical cost for paving this kind of surface, or is there? It seems high, but I don't know. Or is there something extra that's unique about this that
Mr. Downey?
That we need more money?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's pretty typical. We recently paved the Joint Operations Center, so we have some recent costing with regards to asphalt. So preparation of the surface and the asphalting is in line with what we are proposing here in Shepherd's Bush. So we have a pretty good handle that it's going to be somewhere within that range.
Councillor Gallo?
Okay. Yeah, in terms of the base, I recall when they built it, I don't know if it's got to be at least 2 feet of subgrade material in there. I remember them digging it out, and it was incredible the amount of material that went under this thing. So I suspect there's no
Better
there's no
than the
issues
skate
with.
park.
Oh, much better.
Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Downey. Just wonder, I'm sure you've gone through all the options, but have you considered permeable pavers, which I understand may be more cost effective than asphalt?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have looked at permeable pavers, and they're not more cost effective. And the reason for that is you'd have to remove the existing material before you could then go back and put in the permeable pavers. You couldn't put the permeable pavers over this existing surface. Because the bottom surface would continue to degrade. We are looking at sealing this whole thing off so that no longer water can get to the class.
Thank you.
Councillor Kim? Good. Anyone want to put something on the floor? Councillor Gilliland? Green? Second. Councillor Gardner? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Moving right along. 684. Councillor Gallo? I didn't have 83. Yeah, 84. Sanitary sewer CCTV inspection. Mr. Downey, do you have? I see you
I
waving your
apologize
hand
for
frantically. Microphone.
Because the next project, this is work that we were doing between the two departments, and we got our wires crossed. So we are not moving forward with this project, but we are happy to discuss the next project on 685.
So you're recommending to not move
Correct.
forward?
You can remove this from.
Okay. Did you still? Do you have any? Okay, so you move red, Councillor Gallo, seconded by Councillor Kim. Councillor Gardner, did you still want to speak to it? No. All those in favor? 684. We are moving to not approve it. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 685. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about the costs, because this is to survey sanitary and storm mains on a 10-year cycle. So this is just $400,000 in 2019 just to survey. No work is being done other than surveying. Is that?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. This is a piggyback contract that we have with the Newmarket. So we are using our efforts of our N6 partner for the closed circuit TV camera work. We're also coordinating this work with engineering, identifying what part or what 10% of the town we are looking at. We're trying to coordinate that with future work that they've identified, so that helps reduce some of their costs in determining what work needs to be done in the particular area. This is money that is identified within the water rate budget, $400,000, and this was money that was originally identified for lining of our water mains and our sewers. However, that has not happened in the last few years, and we haven't got any good information with regards to which we should be doing, which ones we shouldn't be doing. So the idea with this is for 2019, we're going to camera the work. And part of this is not only doing the camera work, but evaluation of that camera work and recommendations as to what needs to be done. And this will be done as part of our I&I program as well, to help reduce I&I infiltration into our sewer system. Then in the subsequent year, we'll be taking the information that we received from that camera work and those recommendations and creating a capital project for council approval based on that information. And so every 10 years, we would then be getting back to that original pipe work. But so this is a new program that we have identified and is presently being funded in our water rate.
Councillor Gallo?
So how many, maybe explain what the process is and maybe how many kilometers just to justify $400,000 through you, Mr. Mayor, just to give me a
Mr.
sense
Downey?
of what it is that they're doing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's there's a cost per linear meter for the camera work, and so when you take a look at how much pipe we have within the town, you divide that by 10, and then you multiply that by that number. We then need to take that information and evaluate it. And so part of this is not only just the camera work, but someone has to sit there and look at this information, determine whether or not the pipe's okay or not, then determine whether or not what work needs to be done with it. So part of that cost is associated with that as well. And all of that done, and all of that work is being done on a consulting basis.
So do we know how many kilometers of piping that we need to address? Obviously, there's some new parts of town, and there's some really old parts of town. We've done some of this already. We've done lining already. How much is?
I apologize, but I haven't got that number off the top of my head with regards to this. This is going to be not only sanitary work but storm work as well, and then if we experience any issues with regards to our water mains, we can then also work on that.
Is Councillor Gallo, did you want to do a yellow and get some more information?
I would, just because it's new and I get the sense it's replacing something else.
Okay.
But that's just my.
Let me just ask, Mr. Downey, is there any urgency? Can we get some more information? Or
through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to come back with information about what we're doing and what areas of town we're doing. But
kilometer-wise
for us to not look at doing this, I would strongly recommend against that. This is something that needs to be done and will be done by the engineering department regardless for their road projects. So as I say, I think this was a good team effort between the two departments. And sorry, what are we looking at? Oh, okay, thanks. As far as well, that's just sewers. So as far as sanitary sewers, we have 188.3 kilometers of pipe in town. So as they say, we also be looking at storm sewers with regards to that. So we're happy to come back with some information with regards to this program and how we're moving forward with it. But as they say, we're into a contract right now, or we'd like to enter into a contract with Newmarket. They have a good price, and we'd like to move on this sooner than later.
Councillor Gallo?
Just clarity on we're going to be doing this anyway through, I don't know if I understood correctly, through another department, or maybe clarify that.
Certainly. So the engineering department has a 20-year, I think, reconstruction program. So prior to that, as the years come up, they then, as part of that program, film or send a camera down the piping to figure out what the condition of it is. That way they can then determine whether or not they need to replace that pipe, how many repairs they need to do, and all that information goes into the contract for the reconstruction of the road. So this is work that they would be doing anyway. They can now piggyback on this information and say, oh, I'm glad you got this camera work. As part of our reconstruction, based on the camera work you did, we can now determine that we need to replace that pipe, or we can reline that pipe, or we can leave it alone, or whatever. So if we don't do this as part of our program, the engineering department will.
Councillor Gallo?
As roads come up and all of that. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
I think this is really an important project. You said that money was originally put aside for the lining of the sewer and water mains. Do you know how much money that was and where it went?
Mr. Downey?
It was $400,000, so it's exactly the same amount of money that we are identifying here. We have found that money was not expended in the past couple of years.
Do you know what year it was put aside?
I'm sorry, I don't know what year the money was introduced. I know that the town has been doing a lining program for a number of years, but as part of our look at the water budget and what is in the water budget and works that related to the water budget, we identified that this was money that was put in the budget but not expended.
Councillor Garner?
Thank you. I would like to know when it was put into the budget and what did we do with it? Did we just put it, where do we put it? Do we put it back into reserve? So that could be at a future time. You could, when we come to budget, you could tell us. Thank you. I think, I know it sounds like a huge amount of money, but again, we're going to be dealing with a lot of water and the storm mains especially, so anything we can, we need to know what's going on.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. So, someone want to put something on the floor? Green? Second? Councillor Gardner? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 686, Councillor Gardner, Storm Pond Maintenance Program.
Well, just give me a sec. I'll see if I can find any notes. Didn't we say we were going to be doing this last year? Wasn't this in the budget for last year?
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a project we're working on with the engineering division.
Right.
One of our concerns has been that we have 45 storm ponds in town, and we have not got up-to-date information with regards to exactly what we need to do each year or each 5 years or each 10 years with each pond in order to continue for it to operate at its optimal efficiency. And so we've attached some pictures of some of the concerns that we've noticed within our ponds. And so we've allocated some funds to start this work and contract out this work while the engineering department is performing a consulting report on the state of the ponds and the work that needs to be done in order to make sure that they continue to operate as designed. So that's the reason we put this number in. We plan on spending this. However, at our most critical areas, and hoping that in the near future, we will, along with our work with the engineering department, be able to come back to council and say we need to allocate X number of dollars each year in order to make sure that we continue to maintain our storm ponds.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. So this is just a beginning. The 250 is just a big. It's not going to cover all 45 ponds, is what I mean.
No, this is without a doubt just the beginning. This is going to be an expensive project.
So my comment is looking at these pictures on 87, 88, 89, all the way up to 91. I mean, really, don't staff check on these things because they look, sorry, they look like, it's a comment I'm throwing out to Mr. CEO, Mr. Mayor, the council. I don't think things should be allowed to get to look like this, and probably there's some preventative maintenance that could be done. And we've got a stormwater pond that's outlet that's partially blocked with silt and vegetation. I mean that happens over town and can visibly be seen, and the same with the slope erosion and the other things. So I'll just leave that with Ms. Mahale is not here today. Oh, you could. Thank
Glenn?
you. Oh, you get a chance to speak.
Yeah, Glenn?
There you go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There is an inspection program in place where we inspect the ponds biannually, and the operations staff has a checklist, inspection checklist that they go through, where they look at the structures, the inlets, the outlets, the head walls, within the facility. And some of these pictures you'll see, but they're picturing broken culverts and some clogged inlets. So they identify these problems, and if it's at a magnitude that warrants a capital project, it'll be brought to engineering. If it's before our expectation, there is in the capital plan some placeholders for pond maintenance, and there's also a study that we have just completed looking at level of service that we're providing and how quickly we want to retrofit ponds. But no, these ponds are being inspected by operations.
Thank you, Glenn. Councillor Gertner.
Thank you. Perhaps it's a story that has to be continued because it seems to me that some maintenance would prevent this from becoming to the point where it would warrant a capital project. So I would just, which would be really great. So I'll just leave that with Mr. CEO and to pass back to Ms. McHale.
Add that to the list, CO.
This is an easy one.
Yeah. Did you want to put something forward, Councillor?
Yes, I think it needs to be moved, so I'll make it a green.
Okay, second. Councillor Gilliland. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Next we have 692. Councillor Gardner. Reconstruction of Vandorf Side Road, Monkman Court.
The comment is there's a couple of possibles in this report. Is this Ms. Mahales or Mr.? Okay, this is Ms. Mahales, but I mean, I wanted to know, we're talking about possible urbanization of Vandorf Side Road and possible paved shoulders and ditch. So I just want an installation of sidewalks. So I just wanted to know if the figure that we have in front of us includes all these possibles. And if urbanization means decreasing permeable surfaces to put in asphalt, I'm hoping that we won't do that. Anyway, could this have a yellow to come back?
If that's what you'd like to put on the floor.
Do you want it?
Actually, why don't we let Councillor Gallo speak first?
Sure. And sorry, John, but also maybe staff has.
Does any staff member want to speak to that? Glenn?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. There's lots of possibles as part of this project, and they've been budgeted for in the consulting fee and construction budgets. But yeah, right now what's there is a rural cross section, but the other sections of Vandorf Side Road, they've been urbanized, and except for or west of Bayview, it's urbanized up to Monkman Court. And then there's a section of rural from Monkman to Bayview. So it would just be continuing that cross-section, urbanized cross-section to the intersection. East of Bayview, Vandorf's rural. And what we've done on Vandorf already is reconstruct from Carisbrook on to Leslie with paved shoulders and did some ditch regrading. So we're going to extend that cross-section from Bayview to Carisbrook. So it's just sort of finishing the job and getting that continuity going. And also with multi-use paths, I think we'll extend the multi-use path on Vandorf from Monkman to Bayview. But there's utilities, there's possibilities, there's possible conflicts, so we'll look at those options. And there's also York Region is going to be resurfacing Bayview, possibly this summer. Putting in a multi-use path is what they're looking into or proposing. And so we're looking at then for the subdivision on the northeast corner, putting in sidewalk there to help connect that subdivision into these multi-use paths. And
Then they can walk to that tennis court that no one's using except
Yeah,
for
thank you.
Councillor Kim.
So thank you. That was a very comprehensive answer. And you did say that in the $900,000 you've included all of the possibles. So I don't know how this works through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CAO. So do we get a report back that says what happens if we don't need all the $900,000? Or do we get a report back to tell us what it is that we're actually going to be doing and if we need to spend the full amount of money?
Mr. CAO?
To you, Mr. Mayor, we typically wouldn't know that until after the tenders to see
Right,
where the
but
tenders come in.
at that point, would council be
I think
informed?
Councillor Gardner, I think regardless if we're informed immediately, we are usually informed at the end of the year when we get those sheets that show that things are going back into reserves or into, money's being returned from projects that didn't go to the full
And
extent of that
sometimes
budget.
there's explanations.
Yes, and there's always explanations.
So
You
there
know
will
which-
be
you know
one
which
this
ones I'm
time,
talking
yeah.
about. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is the region widening Bayview or just keeping it the same width and I don't know if anyone knows that.
From my understanding, right now they're not widening.
So they're resurfacing but not widening and putting in paths because
Short-sighted. But anyways, we'll get into that offline.
and this is just an observation in terms of mainly east of Bayview, that piece of Van Dorf, heavily used by construction equipment to build both those subdivisions to the north and to the south. Do we ever take into account that extra use of that roadway because of construction and well, I know the answer. I know we do, but I'm wondering if we ever did with this piece.
Glenn?
through you, Mr. Mayor, Anka Mihail will know the history of those subdivisions and what was requested from developers to reinstate with the road. From my comprehension, I believe it was resurfaced, but we've done some geotechnical investigation recently and found that the subbase is inadequate. So if they did a resurface, it didn't have the proper base. So that's more of a, if you need more information on that, that's probably a question Anka Mihail can give you more history on.
I would, just because I think it's, if what I'm hearing correctly, maybe they didn't do it properly, and we can look into figuring out why and if we can recover any costs to that. Other than that, I'm just concerned about the interconnectivity of paths, and I seem to remember Klaus Werenberg having concern with that connection between Bayview and Leslie and the shoulder, and how I can't remember what he refers to it as, a walkway that's apart from the roadway. I don't think we got our way when Van Dorf was redone. But are we putting a sidewalk from Carey's Brook to Bayview? Is that part of the plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is possibly a platform already in place, just the sidewalk wasn't put in. But the sidewalk that's being proposed is from Rickards Street and Vines Place, so that those two connections will be provided with the sidewalk.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyone want to put something on the floor here? Councillor Gardner, what do you want to put on?
I'm going to propose that it's a green
Green, second. Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 696. We're at the last one of this tab. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
Councillor Gardner, this is yours.
Oh, dear.
Would you say green? All right, all those in no, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I don't know why I pulled it. Hold on, 696. Oh, I know why I pulled this. The region worked on this area, part of this area, for they worked on it and then they reworked on it. So it's the area right at, sorry, wrong map. It's the area on Yonge Street that goes over from the east to the west side of Yonge Street. Do you know why they're doing the rest of this? Or does anybody know why they have to do the rest of this? Oh, maybe I should just read my report.
Glenn?
Repair of sinkhole on Yonge Street. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a pretty big, extensive project. We started asking last term about it.
Right.
And we
sorry.
looked into it.
Thank you. Now I know my question.
And this is our share is.
But the question is, okay, so we don't have to pay for anything that's going on Yonge Street. So the question is there anything on Yonge Street that has caused the rest of this to have the need to have it done? Maybe that's a question for Anka, because if the region has tried so hard to remediate this and they can't, maybe it's affected what's going on with our system.
Well, I think they finally figured out and they're resolving a long-standing issue. But I'll be more than happy to go and get some extensive answers on this one from the region, unless Glenn wants to chime in with a few things. But I'll also be asking them about maybe possibly getting a 12% administration fee charge against them. So we'll see about that one. Glenn?
And also, can you ensure there is a plaza
Yep.
in Metro? So it's hard for me to tell from this diagram. It looks like it's going to go behind Metro.
Mm-hmm.
But
they've relocated it.
Okay, because we certainly don't want to have any issues with the stores in this plaza.
So I can tell you that one, even though I wasn't on regional council at the time, I did look into that, and because the owner of that property did have some issues and concerns, and everything is fine with that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn, did you want to add anything to that? No, you're good? Okay. Does someone want to put something forward on this? Green? Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Second. Councillor Kim? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right, Council, we are done. Tab 6. We are going to finish up, but what we're going to do is we'll go through the last two tabs, and I'll go through and I'll ask you for the items that you want to pull, and then we will approve those items that are left on consent, and then we will adjourn, and then we will deal with those items at the next meeting. Okay? So now we're going to move to tab 7, and so I will, Councillor Gallo, are you ready to start with items you want to pull? Okay, let's go.
But I will ask, I think I know the answer, but I will ask in terms of vehicles.
Yeah.
It's my preference because these vehicles are, there's no difference in this in terms of what we discussed before, and having that report come to us first. If we did that before, to me, there's no reason why we shouldn't do it for these. It just it makes sense to me to do the same and have them also as yellow. Otherwise, let's go back and discuss all the other ones. I mean,
Mr. Downey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the main difference between a replacement and new is certainly we can look at the replacement and whether or not it's it's on the right time frame, or whether we want to look at a different service level, that type of thing. But the vehicles that we've identified in this portion of the capital budget have to do with growth. We would like to move forward with the procurement of these as soon as we possibly can, so that we can address our service levels that we've identified throughout the community. We have additional parks that we brought on board. We're going to need additional mowers. That's a different scenario than we had discussed as far as a replacement of a particular mower. So I don't see these as yellows or in the same situation as a replacement vehicle.
Councillor Gallo?
I'm going to respectfully disagree. The concept is, we're hiring a consultant to review all of fleet, new, replacement, whatever it is. And to me, this is in the same boat. And maybe a clarification too. If we choose yellow, what does that mean in terms of timing? We're expecting to approve this by March 1st.
Mr. CEO?
Is that right?
And what's the timing if we say yellow?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the timing for yellow items will depend on the urgency. Like, staff will basically bring them forward in the course of business. In the case of these ones, if I understand correctly, the vehicles are, I believe, staying as a yellow until the consultant is retained and the work is done on a broader fleet plan, unless we bring individual ones back with a specific case for why it should be advanced ahead of that report being completed.
And I'm happy with that. If there's something that's really urgent, a one-off, and obviously that's perfectly okay with me.
So my suggestion, Councillor Gallo, how about we just, for this time, just so we can get through this right now, we just leave these as to pull them, and then when we deal with them, we can discuss on the merits of if it's urgent to have this specific one come back, or if we can yellow this one and put it part of the study. Is that a fair compromise on this? For right now?
It just doesn't make sense to me, because I would have done the same for the other ones, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, are you ready with your list to pull?
Sure. 714, 715, 717, 719, 720.
Okay. Are there any other ones?
726, 733, 737.
Slow down. 7 after 720. 726.
726, 733, 737.
Okay.
Although 737, I see an X in the
yes.
Do not approve. Maybe that's.
And we can just, if everyone's in agreement, we would just, if we passed it on consent, it would be to pass it to not approve it. That would be my understanding. Would that not be correct, Mr. CO? Okay, we'll pull it and we'll talk about it at the next meeting. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Gardner.
7, 3, 6, 8, 12, and 22. 29, 31, 32, 33, 35.
Easy.
Oh, sorry.
29, 32.
No, 29, 31, 32.
Okay.
33, 35.
33 is pulled, 35. Okay.
Yes, sorry, and we've already pulled 37?
Yes.
Thanks. 38, 39, 40.
38, there is no 39.
There isn't. You're right.
And you want 40?
Oh, no, there is yes.
You want 40.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kim.
Okay, I think a couple may have been pulled, but I think I have 711, 726, 729, 731.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Just seeing it, lots of mine were pulled, but 710.
Okay.
Those were pulled. Yep, they're all pulled, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Gilliland.
Mine were all pulled.
Quickly.
Fast. Just to Councillor Gallo's comment about all the consultant coming in to review fleet. I'm not sure if the intent of the consultant is to see if we need more vehicles because our town has grown and we have to service more areas, because that's like, this is for growth and planning and not replacement. So I don't know if consultant's going to come in and take a look at our service levels and go, yeah, you really do need 7 more cars or vehicles. So I don't think that was my understanding. That wasn't the intention. It was to look at fleet from a repair and replacement perspective. And in terms of running our own business and service levels, that's why I didn't think it matched this time for that part reason in my mind. But maybe I didn't understand the full concept of that.
Thank you, Councillor.
That's all I want to say.
That was quick. Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Gilliland said everything's been pulled that she wanted. So I'm going to go through what we've pulled. Everyone, let me know if we've missed anything. 7-3, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-14, 15, 17, 19, 20, 722, 726, 729, 731, and then 732 all the way down to 740. Is everyone good? Anything missing off of anyone's list? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the items that were not pulled? Moved by Councillor Humphreys, seconded by Councillor Gilliland. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So let's move to tab number 8. We'll do the same thing. I will start to my right. Councillor Gilliland. Pardon? There's a tab 8. Yeah, Councillor Humphreys.
Eight 8.5.
8.5.
Just a question on 8.5. Just an update. Now the black mark, what does that mean? 8.11. Pre-approved. Okay, leave it. Don't worry about it. That's all.
That's all?
Oh, no one last community improvement. 8.15.
8.15.
Yeah.
Councillor Kim.
8.14, 8.16.
Thank you. I'm just going to pull 8.3 for Councillor Thompson because I know he'll probably want to say something about that because I know he mentioned it earlier. So, Councillor Gardner.
834. 6-7. Well, 8-9. Maybe I could just ask a question about 8-9 right now.
Quickly. I'll give her a quick one question.
Are we?
Not about specific. Can you just be in general?
No. Okay.
No?
So
Okay.
8-9.
8-9. Do you want 10?
No.
User fee pricing strategy?
No.
No? Okay.
I have a question on 8-13.
So then we'll pull that. Okay.
14, 15.
16 of those have been pulled.
So just 14 and 15.
Yep, those have been pulled.
Was 17 pulled?
Nope. You want that?
17.
Okay.
18.
18, okay.
I think that's it.
That's it? Okay, well, there's really not much left for you, Councillor Gallo. I think there's 5 that haven't been pulled. That's it, well, whatever you want. Is there anything there that hasn't been pulled that you want? 8-12? Okay. Okay.
So,
considering the change in the discussion.
I believe we agreed to leave this as a green, considering, we would, but it was my understanding that all fleet we would be doing that based on the consultant. That's why I've
So
pulled
you're
that.
going to pull it and we'll discuss it. That's fine.
Sorry.
What do you need to add? Just tell me. Which one? 19 and 20? So there's only two left. Councillor Gilliland.
Ask a quick question.
About an actual item?
Yeah, 8-4.
No.
Just real quick.
No, not about the actual item. If you want to
It's
pull
just
it.
a year. It's just a year.
No, if you want to pull it, we can pull it and we can discuss it.
I'll do it offline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have 8-3, 8-4, 8-5, 8-6, 8-7, 8-8, 8-9, 8-12, and then all the rest.
Not 8-8.
No, we have 8-8. Councillor Gardner wanted 8-8. No. Yeah, the only ones that weren't pulled were 8-10 and 8-11. So can I get a motion to approve those two? Moved by Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Humphreys. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. With that being said, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Gilliland, seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Hands up. Opposed? That carries. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.